Oops, we don't have a Forte up. Always. Mm-hmm. Yep. Check. Hello. Great. What's up and good morning to the live stream. What is today's date, people? What is it? It's Sunday, January 31st, 2021. Still in the pandemic. Yep. It's true. So what we're gonna do is we started online with this scene here, and this scene we wanted to mimic this. We're gonna in the end try to sort of mimic this scene. We're not doing a one-to-one, I always say, but we're getting just inspired by this, close to this, there, and yeah. This is where we're at right now, and we skipped a little. We did some work offline last night. And one of the things I wanted to do, and I'll be repeating myself as people drop in here probably. One of the things I wanted to do was I had to figure out where I was going to get a good tree from. And I needed a spruce. I needed a kind of spruce that was mimicking these kind of spruces, where they were high-leafed, where the leaves didn't start till high. They were slightly damaged. Even, like obviously wintry trees, they've seen their winters. They've seen many winters. So I found these, and I found these on the Unreal Engine marketplace, and I had, as an environment set, and I had already purchased this when they were free, I guess, years ago, or whenever they were free. These are since then now they are $30 to get this kind of environment set, which has way more than these trees, but these spruce, which mimic the spruce in the reference image, pretty close. So it took a second to get the I feel like I almost want to do an Unreal Blender tutorial on this, actually, because it took a little getting acclimated to taking a UE asset, exporting it to an FBX, bringing the FBX in. We might run through this. What's up, Mohammed? How you doing, man? Good morning, homie. Let me open up Discord, by the way. Mr. Muhammad Ali, did you need help with something? I guess right now, since it's early in the morning, for me, early in the stream, let's just say. As if you couldn't tell, I just woke up, basically. That's why I'm having my coffee. But first, coffee. Yeah. But if you need help with a scene or something, Just let me know. You had something you wanted me to go over to your Discord and check something out, but da, 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 da. Hmm. Cool. Anyway, so this is where we're at, Mohammed. I was going through. I'm going to show you guys how to. Might as well load it up, right? Load up our Unreal Engine because we'll be using that in conjunction with Blender today. So you good, Muhammad? Muhammad Ali, you all right? Um, so it came along, and also I was saying I worked on this offline last night a little, and it's coming out okay. And I threw in the volume scatter here. Two volume scatters. One is a base volume scatter, which doesn't have any change in the noise and density, which covers just the trees in the back, basically. And then we have another volume scatter right on top, but it's pushed forward so that the tree is involved in this, and I have a noise texture on that as well. We don't need that open anymore. We can pop this open. Yes. Yes? Yes. Do you need help? We're good? You can post something in Discord to me if you want some help. So yeah, in here we have, I love how it does that. We have a commercial. Okay. We have this volume scatter, which is, I guess I should go over here. Is this, let's go to Unreal Engine, and we'll launch this Unreal Engine. And then we'll have my computer think about a billion things at once. Okay, we don't need that on. Material. So I just wanted to show you this. So we have this volume scatter, which is just a standard volume scatter, 0.009, right? It's casting. It's just doing a blanket density across here, just in front of the trees. I might change that. I might add this in front of the trees. I'm trying to do something different though, or more importantly, I might just go to the second one, which encompasses the entire scene. In fact, I don't even need like in front of the camera. I mean, I don't need like, I never need anything behind the camera, really. There we go. I think we're in there with our camera. Yeah. This one is encompasses the whole thing, and it's got a noise texture on it, so you can see the density changes here. It gets a little less thick, and then there's a little more thick, then less thick, and then it gets a little more thick. So I kind of messed around with the noise and tried to find some spots. Sejas, what's up? How's it going? Morning. What's up? What's cooking? What's shaking? You know what I need to add? Can I add this while I'm live? Yeah, I guess I could add my Discord page well in the description, right? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I was just inspired by this. I don't know if you saw yesterday. I just saw this scene and I was like, that's cool. I'm going to try to recreate that a little bit. Obviously, we've got some work to do. I think there's some more fog work to do, and one of the important things that makes this pop is the color grading has this lavender LUT. Let's just call it a lavender LUT on top of it that we'll do in post after we get everything set up. I still have to. I'm not completely happy with the positioning of these trees. We're gonna throw in some more like little rocks, little pieces of wood, some sticks, maybe just adding some more detail here in the scene. Yeah, and I think that, like I said, the density is even a little bit denser on the volume scatter there. Appreciate it. What's up? Good morning. Good morning, faces. Not good morning, digital faces. I cheated. I cheated. Late last night, I just I didn't feel like streaming, but I wanted to kind of figure something out because I was like, well, am I gonna be able to find a tree model, variations of a tree model that I like, and you know, whatever. So I looked all around and I looked through the bridge, Quixel Bridge, and excuse me. I looked through around and I wanted to make sure I could find a tree, and that's where it was basically supposed to stop my work last night. But I got excited. No, I found trees in Unreal Engine Marketplace. Yeah, a tree set, an environment set that I had already purchased when it was free. Who knows how many years ago or how long ago? And so luckily I just was able to add it to a project, which I did. And so I added this this asset set to a project, and all these trees here. So, but you can't just use an Unreal. I don't say how says I don't know if it'll work, but try changing the color of the volume scatter. Yeah, I did, and you know the volume scatter. The volume scatter. This one's white. I have two, like I was saying, and this one is it was ever so slightly blue. Where did I change it? I did mess with it. This render, I guess, doesn't have it, but because what's making it blue already is our area light. Oh, we're on edit mode. For no reason. All right, because Blender wants to be. The area light is a little bit light blue, if you can see here. And I did mess with this volume scatter and made it more blue, and it didn't do what I wanted. It went a different set of colors. It went like as if I was color grading it in some weird direction. And I was like, oh, it's just not going straight blue, lavender. So I'm gonna, you know, and I think, let's be honest, this picture that I'm referencing, that's color graded. This is not just the picture that this photographer took. They color graded this, and they added a lavender LUT and made it more wintry blue, right? And mess with the contrasts and whatnot. So we're going to do the same to this. And our ice isn't exactly the same, and like things aren't the same. I'm just trying to make this as nice as I can. Anyway, so we went in here, and these were perfect. And these assets were perfect for what I was looking for. They have like dead ones, half dead ones, almost half not dead ones, and then alive ones. And basically in the Blender scene, I just have 4 trees. 3 deadish ones and then 1 kind of full one. And I used that to do obviously our hero island here. But also I used all 4 of these in a particle effects. Rando painted those in the background. There. Yeah. Sejas, you're awesome. Okay. Wait, in the world? No, this is the HDR. How do you mean? To the environment texture. Which is this? But this is the HDR in the background. This isn't the environment texture. I mean, we could change this also to, wait, is this gonna, if I want this light blue. Now, honestly, his is like this is not even just light blue. This is like a lavender, deep, like lavender, like a really nice lavender LUT. And this is gonna keep saying that because I love saying it. Obviously, yeah, this one pops way more than this, and our goal is to get ours to pop with the same exposure, level, and the volume situation. And then we'll, I think, literally putting a lavender LUT on this. I said it again, ha ha ha, in like Photoshop or whatever software we're gonna use is one of the ways to go there. I just changed the light to blue, and I don't know what you mean to the world. I don't think adding how is that? Let's see if our computer doesn't shit the bed here. Ay, 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 ay. This is the music I'm listening to. I'm way into it. I mean, that's doing some cool stuff. However, we're seeing the background too much now, right? So what would we do is Yeah, like I did, right? I can't tell how long ago your answer was, but that's what we were looking for. We got a little. So good. What is this? What is this? This is seeing the edge of my volume, isn't it? You little chunky monkey. Let's open these up because these are being seen. No, let's not do that. Psych. Let's go back to shading and do it. Seos, I'm creating the fog with a volume scatter. I've got two different fogs. I've got. Look at this. Look at this. Look how different the color is now. It looks cool, but it's doing something different. Um, I've got two different volume scatters. I've got one that takes over the whole area, which is just with it, which is a noise with a noise attached and a color ramp. So you get different densities, you know, blah blah blah, different wisps of. And then I've got a volume scatter that's just on the trees in the background. That's a solid density. Uh, Edit the world texture without the volume scatter for a better viewing. The world changes. Obviously, this is cool. I like where we're going with that. I mean, that's some cool stuff, but it's too dark, right? Let's go to the world. Let's go to the world texture and actually go to 0.0. Let's actually bring this up to 1, strength of 1 for the HDR. So here's the thing. The world here. You're saying. Oh yeah, you mean just turn the scatter off, turn the volume off, while I'm tweaking the color to the environment. Yeah. What's up, Nathan? How you doing, man? Good morning. What's cracking? What's shaking? Um, Yeah. Let me just see what this. Let me just see a quick little. What sample am I sampling at? Let me do a quicker sample. We're at 200 right now. I'll just do 100, which is just some adaptive sampling, so we can get some quicker renders in here. See what happens. Guys, my water is shut off in my house for 3 days now. 3. We just got this place. It's not a house. It's a like apartment condo. And some rain. We got rain for 3 days. And some pipes burst, and they tried to fix it, and it messed up or something. And it's below us and around us, but there's a lot of people in apartments on the first floor where they have to get like floors redone. They flooded their apartment, man. Can you believe that? Like, we just moved in here like this last week, and can you imagine if that happened to us? We just move in and then we have to leave while they do work because we got flooded. Can you imagine? So luckily, nothing's wrong with our place, but we're waterless while they do a bunch of underwater pipe work. So we have buckets. There's a pool. There's a little community pool thing, and so we fill up a bucket after we poop or pee a handful of times, and you pour it in the toilet to flush it. And we've been doing that. And that's when I lose the rest of my viewers. This is cool though. It's not doing what we want. When I tweak the saturation in the environment map, the HDR, you couldn't see these clouds before in the background. They were all like white, kind of like just like an overcast day. But when I popped the saturation, it popped these like hidden clouds we didn't even know were here. Yeah. That is intentional, huh? No, the shading tab doesn't always go to the material editor. Their shading tab goes. Does it? Wait. Doesn't it go to whatever you last set it at? You mean the viewport thing, or it goes to material preview? No, yeah, it goes to whatever you last left it at. If I went to material preview and made it solid, I mean, if I went to shading tab and worked in a solid, left while it was in solid, if I go back, it's in solid after that. It's whatever you last left it at. But this weird glitch, I feel glitched. I feel like it's because when I go back into another modeling tab, I always have to unedit. I always have to go to object mode, whatever is selected out. You know, it's like weird. Okay. So, professional modelers, professional CG artists feel like that helps their workflow. They've decided that's a good move. All right, obviously, because we really upped our density on the volume scatters, we need to get a little less off these trees. We upped the density on the volume scatter, or maybe we could push these trees forward, which I think we need to do anyway. These trees here still feel a little too close. Look here. it's just, I don't know what the scale here is, but these trees look a little bit farther back. Even though the island here, it's maybe this isn't maybe not even an island actually. This is just a little peninsula that comes out, but I'm making it an island. So this might be, it looks further up. It's out of the fog, right? That's what's cool about the picture, is that these are kind of clearing the fog, and the trees behind it are in a full thing of fog. But the ice, it's like the ice, it doesn't make sense, but like the ice from the lake is not letting the fogs, get on it or something. Okay, so yeah. So the saturation thing just pulled out this cloud information, which is kind of cool. It's almost a happy accident. But what's cool about this is just sorry, oops. It's cool about this is just it's gloomy. It's just like this. It's like this from white to lavender, like it's blue gradient here in the whole sky. Oh no! Here's the thing. It's not just because I It's not just because I made the saturation tab, which made the clouds go up. I also kicked the environment HDR to 1 instead of 0.3 or 0.4 or something. That's what happened as well. And the saturation tab pulled out probably the purple of the clouds. The pink, not purple, whatever. Do a hue shift also, but I'd need to turn off the trying to find that lavender, right? I think we passed it. It's that kind of purple, but that's not really working what we want, is it? It's like, where was it? 0.4-ish? Oh, it's more. Like this-ish. But it's more blue. Where's the blue? Yeah, I noticed. What's up, Netbug? Welcome to the channel, dude. In 3D, that fog manipulation is a Z depth. The fog manipulation. Yeah, when I change the density. It's a Z depth kind of thing. Yeah, the RGB curves. Do you think we can get that lavender with an RGB curve? That's if we can find that. Just kind of testing some shit here. Yeah, I was keeping this in because the saturation. We could delete that. I'm not a color. Sejas, what you doing with that, man? What are you doing? Um, Good morning. I'm not a color god. I understand bits and bobs of RGB and all that stuff, but I'm not like. I don't know how to mix and match to make the. Oh well, it's doing some really weird things to my other assets, right? Obviously, even though this is changing the just the HDR background, right? Not the. I'm not color grading the scene with this. Yeah, it's just doing some. It's like it's. You're saying is this? All right, let's stick with that just for now. I think we can color grade if we need to. I don't want to spend too much time color grading in Blender. I mean, this isn't even really color grading. Like I said, it's color grading the HDR, but it's also doing. weird things to my assets, but it's fine. It's fine. Let's save our work while we're here. What's parented? What's parented? That. Yet a clear parent. Keep transform. That. Clear parent. Keep transform. Okay. Oh man. Thanks. Thanks, Sejas. You're amazing, dude. But yeah, it's always good to think that way, right? Like when you shoot on film, you should do as much in camera on the day as possible, rather than saying, hey, we can fix it in post, as the saying is becomes so popular and annoying. Yeah, do as much as you can, and I understand if I can do a lot in Blender that is non-destructive, with nodes and stuff, then yeah, do it. Do it. Yeah. Is it? Is it? Do you think the this is for this scene? Here's the thing. Excuse me. I'm using a volume scatter, two volume scatters, one for constant density and one that has some noise and a color ramp. If you look back here, you'll see that there is just like a noise. There are bits that are a little thicker than other parts, just a little bit. I don't know if that's just it's just because it's the density of the trees that's reading that way, but it looks like it's kind of like real life, like a few spots that are a little more dense than others, right? Um, I didn't do that. Oh man. Guess we're back to that song. So you're saying what with the volume using a Z-depth thing? Z-depth path. Look up Z-depth pass examples. I know what a Z-depth pass is when you render just the Z-depth or whatever. I don't know where it is sometimes, but it looks like a volume fog kind of going back, almost like you're looking into night vision, like a heat vision kind of thing. Control the depth pass in Blender. Okay. You think that's gonna, other than using volume scatter, you think that's gonna, is it gonna speed my project up, or is it gonna look better? I love when, that's, thank God you can just pause. Some tutorial people are just like super quick. I guess I am too, but What the hell is that? I guess it doesn't matter. There's a way you can get the this image, the backdrop, actually smaller. You have to put a note in or something. I forget, but sometimes it's too out of the way. Let me just finish this little tutorial, guys. I'm sorry. Obviously, that I'm doing something wrong there. Is this gonna... So, this is supposed to be doing something here or nothing? Or does it in the... I'm sorry, or it does it in the composite after it renders. Let's see if that's the case. I mean, right now I don't have my volume scatter rendering at all, so this is just a test to see what this Z-depth thing does, right? I guess. I have no idea what we're doing here. I might just go back to scatter, working with volume scatter. Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought it would do. What does that do for me? This is taking me down a whole different rabbit hole. I'm just gonna use what I'm doing. It's because I don't want to like all learn that particular thing right now on the live stream. I just want to kind of go over what I did know ish, what I do understand. If I want to work in Z depth, which I get, I totally understand what you're talking about, but volume scatter is going to be giving me the same thing. Here. We have the volume that's taking the trees, right? And then we've got the volume noise, which is over the trees and the hero trees as well. Let's get this off of world and back onto object. I just kind of want to shift. My goal is right now, I just want to shift the these forward. Just more out of the Cheating. What is it? Is this the edge? Yeah, okay. Render. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to jump out and do crazy shit there, but you can combine them to get the result. I would have had the mix coming off of the. I get what you mean. Yes, right. To take my standard rendered RGB sitch and throw the Z depth over it. I figured that was kind of the case to troubleshoot it. That's where I would have started, but I don't want to like. I know volume scatter is takes a long time to render and work with, but it's part of the. I mean, would you need the Z depth thing with what I'm doing? If I go through and tweak my two different volume scatters, I can achieve the same result. What is the Z depth going to add to the scene? Or is it going to replace my volume scatter? Because it doesn't seem like Z depth would do that the way I want to, right? Because I want things to be organic looking. Z depth is smooth, right? It's completely smooth mathematically from distance to camera. Why am I looking at that one? What the fuck am I doing? No. Weird. This is kind of what I'm looking for here. Now, obviously, in the long run, right? In the long run, I'm going to be rendering this at super high sample rate. The final render is going to be, because I'm using so much volume fog and there's so much noise, I'm going to be using, 5,000 samples to get what I want. And I don't want to use denoise on this. Even the super denoiser that has a volume pass click tick button doesn't work. If I run a denoise on this, it gets rid of the volume fog look, and it just sort of makes things look not right. I don't know how to describe it. See, obviously here we have too much, right? This is we don't need to mess with the density necessarily. We can mess with the noise scale and have it move around and shift till we're happy. Like, you keep moving things around a little bit until the noise kind of gets a cool, pleasing thing. But that's getting the mood we want, right? I'm still not absolutely happy with our hero trees. I like how I've got it set up. Basic balance here. I think this left one, this dead one here, we might want to put another, maybe put this guy on the outside and put another dead one here. Sort of rebalance things a little bit. Maybe put another thick one here. Like over on all the way on the right side, and kind of shift all of them center and balance out that. But yeah, we're getting a nice, see, like the fog is rolling in here, and then it gets a little thinner, and the fog is thicker here. And I think we pushed out our trees a little bit, but I might want to do it even more. Like, once I mess around with like I said, kind of push around the noise to get it to where I want, these trees might be good. Because if you look at our reference here, one of the things about this that makes this image cool is that the hero trees here are not really in fog. This back one is, but that back one it's like, that's not really in our image. This is like on the mainland here. In this image, this tree here is in the mainland, I think. I think it's back here. It's not on the actual island. It appears to be for balance wise. That's why the balance works. But our trees are all on the island, so they're going to be in relatively similar volume. But these, you can see how they're more contrasty because they're like out of the fog, and that's kind of what we want to make sure that we're gonna do also is make sure these are kind of out of the fog. We can close that because we have this render tab open now. That's okay, Sejas, man. You do what you do. All right, I literally got to listen to a different album. I've been listening to this album just to keep this up as a reference. And it's stupid. I could easily open up another album and just, you know what I mean. It's like, I mean, it's an okay album. It's not incredible. Let's listen to the Skyrim something or other. All right, so let's push around the I mean, we're getting kind of the idea, right? Yeah, right. This is dope, right? That's what caught my eye was the album cover, and then I went and listened to it. Study vibes, and it's cool. I listened to it, like I said, 4 times probably through working on it. And it's how long is it? It's an hour. It's an hour and 17 long. So I'm just done with this. I can't listen to this anymore. You did me a favor, and now you're moving on. Bye bye. But yeah, it's true. So we're getting ish there, right? It feels a little like again the exposure. Let's zero out the rotation real quick so we can rotate on the Z, so we're not sharing anything in common with the one we copied. Okay. We're gonna obviously make this ever so slightly larger to also not mimic the one we copied and to create some more balance. We're not sure if this is gonna balance properly, so on the island here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move all this over to the left and rotate all of them just a smidge. I'm gonna make sure the root systems are all working properly here when we did that. So oh, you can hear it? It's me wiggling my leg, like it's like me bopping my leg up and down, I think, and then I'm keeping my hand on the mouse. I just have to stop that. Sorry, thank you for letting me know, Zayos. That's a little shit. You know what I could do though is, if RTX Voice NVIDIA Broadcast actually worked and didn't screw my computer up, I could put that on and sound would be so much better for you guys. But yeah, I like to wiggle my leg, sometimes to the beat of the music, sometimes because I'm a nervous Nelly. I'm not a nervous Nelly, but you know what I mean. All right, our hero trees are still a little bit too much in the smoke here, in the fog. What I need to start learning is render passes, right? For composite work and for plates. I like to render a lot, by the way, so don't worry. You got used to it? You got used to the sound? Is it really? I mean, it's not doing it now, right? It's when I have my hand on the mouse and my leg is going. I think it creates a little, yeah, wiggly wobbly. So guys, yeah, so I found these trees on Unreal Engine. I was telling the very start of the stream, I was explaining. I needed a tree that would work, would be a spruce tree that would have high branches and be different versions of deadness. And I had already like purchased, when it was free, an environment pack, environment set. And I added it to a project. I brought them in, and it wasn't easy because these are UE assets, right? UE assets. So you select them. Basically, what you do is you select here, right-click your UE asset actions, export, and then you can export as an FBX. But that ain't all you got to do, because you have to go back into Blender. What I have to do basically is like double-click on this asset, go into the asset, see the textures here. Double click on the first texture and see, okay, what did they use? They used the T for Barco 2 for the diffuse and the T for Barco 2N for the normal. I had to go through each of the, like they had three. They had bark, upper bark, upper bark for some strange reason, and branches, leaves rather. Yeah, they had these for each one of these, right? Leaves and two barks. I had to go in and I had to create the image textures and separately and bring them all and redo. Like, it was a little annoying bringing in these assets from Unreal, but now that I figured it out, we're good to go. And I did all that off stream last night. Apparently, I was just like working late, and I'm like, I gotta find some trees and. Yeah. So these worked once I got them. There's 5 LODs too. When you bring in, there's 4 or 5 depending on the tree. LOD 0 to whatever, 4 or 5. And obviously I'm not using any of the LODs. I just use level 0, which is the highest level hero tree. And even the hero tree in Unreal is pretty low res, but these work. These work great for the scene. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I figured this is a quick one. I thought it might take longer than this, but because I found these tree assets, which I'm using five different trees. 1, 2, no, 3, 4. No, 3 dead ones, and yeah, we talked about this. 3 dead ones and the kind of live one. And there's more in here I could have used. And what I want to do though is I do want to add a few more like these. I need to add a few trunks and stumps. You guys can see how I set up the textures and import when I add a couple of these guys, which I think we should add a few more of these assets, at least, just so you can learn. I know that Quixel Bridge has better quality ones that I have that I could use and drop in these stumps, and I wouldn't have to do any like exporting and manipulating and stuff. But just so I can show the stream how to bring in an Unreal asset to Blender if you don't know how to do it. All right, so this is cool. We're getting there, right? I think we can add like this island here is a little too CGE, of course. I like the texture and I like the grass we kind of got on there, but I want to add some debris, right? Some tree branches, some rocks, some stuff like that. Because this is the hero island, and if anything, this has to look good. This stuff is all shrouded in fog. We really don't need too much over here, but we need to make sure that our hero island has some nice detail. And when I this is 100 samples, yo. When I render this at 1,000 samples, that fog is going to look way better. I turned down the roughness of the ice was default lower, so you could see better reflections. But if you look at the study here, the study, the ice was less rough and didn't give a nice little pretty reflection here. So I wanted to mimic that a little bit more and make it a little less. You can't really see it right now, I feel like. Maybe since we up the intensity of the volume scatter, we can bring this back up. I mean, you can see the reflections. It's kind of like cool, but now this stands out even more right now. So we have to. I think it's exposure levels also. We need to make sure that. I'd like to get this exposure. See how bright this white is? Going to diffuse. I mean, that's our goal. I don't know if it's an exposure thing, a light thing. We'll figure it out. Anyway, we can close that out. We have it here now. Thanks, Graded. Appreciate it, my man. Getting there. Using these Unreal assets for the trees. These are great. This environment set pack. Guys, I highly recommend if you don't do this yet. Obviously, if you're into CG and you're working in it and you really want to, man, which I assume while you're here, make sure that you get the Epic launcher and the marketplace set up on your computer so that you always go to free assets. First, go to free assets that are free all the time. You can filter that in and just seriously go through all of them. Look, anything you might ever want to use, buy it if it's for $0, right? And then go to your cart and then check out. Leave it in there. You don't need to ever use it. It's not taking up any space, but you own that stuff. And then what you do is you go back every month when they do their free for the month situation. You buy it, $0. It's yours forever. Don't install it until you need it. Don't add it to a project. It's unbelievable. Like this asset pack here is phenomenal, right? Especially if you're working in a game engine. It's a phenomenal forest pack if you're creating a forest or exterior. Now, $30. You want this? It's $30. I found it when it was free for the month, so I have it completely free. They're selling this and other packs by the same author for $30. So that's how you can constantly save money, and these are high quality assets, man. Anywho, the color grading is going to be interesting since I don't know how to find I have I like the color grading in a sense, this kind of teal blue, right? But I still kind of want to mimic. One of the things that pops about this is this lavender, high like exposure down, like it's just a pleasing image. That's why it's an album cover, and I want to get the same kind of feel to this situation. I am, dude. Well, you can still see that? I'm not doing it anymore. What? Graded? You just showed up and you know about it too? What's up? Sound clicks. Damn, dogs. It must be my tapping the old leg under the table. This table I have is like this nice table that it's fake nice. It looks like it's like okay. I think that's what it was. My microphone, which I use this microphone here. I have it sitting on egg crate on the table, so it doesn't get any. It was touching the wood a little, I think. Sorry, bear with me, guys. Hey, welcome to the channel. I'm always working on something technical. I'm testing. I'm looking at my own sound and playback. Yeah, the microphone itself was touching the wood. God, I hope that fixes it. Let's see here. Let's do a little work and move around our mouse and see if we get a little bit. Sorry about that, guys. While we're here working on something technical, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna render. I think that's what it was. It's such a sensitive mic that even like the shake of the earth was with when it was touching the wood. It was like any little thing. But now that it's elevated on foam completely, I think that's going to be fixing it. I've got to get one of those arms that brings the mic up to my face a little bit, because it would sound way better if, this is way more professional when you're this close to a mic, right? As long as you don't get any pee explosives, we're good. But I sit way back here and it's kind of like, it's not really utilizing the quality of the mic the way it should. Hey, great, thanks, man. You're gonna head out and study? Awesome, dude. Please drop in. I think I was gonna do a carnival setting, kind of a bigger job. I was gonna do like a carnival fairgrounds kind of thing. I wasn't gonna make a bunch of. The point of next project is not to make a ton of roller coasters. No, but like have one roller coaster, a Ferris wheel in the back. Maybe we'll work on a Ferris wheel, and then some tents, and use. I'm trying to find a pack of like humans, supposable humans. Like maybe I'll even purchase one for $30, $50 or whatever, so that I can put a bunch of people in different outfits, kind of around the fairgrounds, and kind of make a slight carnival looking thing. I have to play to my strengths, so I can't make like a bunch of plush animals or anything like that. Maybe I'll try a few, but we'll have some parlor games and a ride, and we'll see. We'll see. I think I kind of want to do that. I don't know. I wonder if we crank up the intensity of our area light, what that's going to do. I like the fog density kind of coming through in a noise fashion here. Looking good there. I kind of want the trees in background to pop a little bit more. But these hero trees are standing out from the background trees quite well. What I think we'll do after this render is we'll work on fleshing out this island a little bit, making it look more realistic. Throw in a little stump, a couple fallen branches, some rocks, something like that. Yeah, carnival. Sounds like a fun project to do, right? Probably will take about a week to do, I assume, but we'll run through it. I wonder if YouTube is going to hate me for just doing all these live streams. Do they keep them up forever? Because my live streams can run 6-7 hours sometimes. And YouTube is like, this guy is, putting up some 1080p stuff. 6 hours of it on a weekly basis now. So yeah, obviously the density needs to be worked on. I feel like we want to see these back trees a little more than that. But it's cool. We get the idea. We get the picture. And we'll save this as an iterative just because it's so different than the last iterative image that we did. Did it do it? What happened? Save as. Thank you. We'll save this as number 6 we're on now. Close that because we have it here now. Yeah, let's work on the adding a few. Save our work real quick. I'm going to be needing some more coffee, guys. That's what I'm going to do. Why don't you guys sit and ponder life, the universe, and everything. I'll be right back after I get some more coffee. Okay. So let's do that. So what we're going to do is, what I'd like to do, let's isolate our hero island. Get this puppy in here. Let's load up. Now we said we wanted to show how we implement Unreal stuff in here, right? So let's right-click the stump, Asset Action, Export. We're going to export this in Meshes, Trees, Environment Pack, UESS, FBX. We're going to create a new folder here where we had all of our trees that we use, and call it Stump, Stump 1. SM's trunk, tree trunk, stump. I don't know where you what you call it. Do you guys call it a trunk or a stump, or both? There we go. We'll put it there. We'll export that. Okay. Now what we're gonna do, because we know in anticipation we're gonna open this puppy up here, and we're going to go to the material slots and see what they've got in the materials they're using. I'm going to slide this over to the second monitor so I can reference that. Go back into Blender. I'm going to shift right click my 3D cursor where I want to put the stump. And we're going to import FBX. We're going to go to the area we know it's going to be. Go back, stump. This is where we put it. It's over there, but we're going to Shift S selection to cursor that we had set up there. Okay, we're going to period to zoom in. We're going to just rotate this. How big do we want that? A little smaller. Make sure there's some semblance of balance there for a minute. Make sure it's pleasing to our eyeballs. We'll maybe put another stump over here for balance. So we're considering that. We're considering the placement of this when we place this one for balance. Okay, so we'll start there. Let's go to Shading tab. Looks like our stump is already isolated. It's usually purple. Look at the color grading of our background there. Yeah. So go to this. Let's go to the materials. Say what? What is this? Oh, this, my friends. I was like, what is that? That's our collision map. That's what Unreal, you know, so your character can't run through the collision. We don't need those ever. When we import them, we just delete them. So here we go. This is usually it. It's the purple. It's the purple thing that we need to rectify. So we go in here, and even though you see what it's doing, it's using a diffuse and a normal. That's it. It's not using a roughness map for our scenario. If you need to tweak the roughness map, you can make a custom one. But we're gonna. So these are connected. It looks like it should be working, but it doesn't, unfortunately. So what I have to do is I need to look at this and go, okay, T-Trunk 01BC is our diffuse. So then we go back into Blender. We click on the open here. We go to where we know our materials are and our textures are from we worked in them before. We go to we look for T-Trunk. T-Trunk 01BC. We replace it there. It should have done that anyway, but for some reason it didn't. We have to do the same thing to the normals. So let's go back to the textures. T-Trunk, probably. T-Trunk 01N, of course, for normal. Let's pop it right there. So there we go. And our roughness, let's just set it a kind of little higher than normal. I wish there was a roughness map here. And maybe even you could use, sometimes using the diffuse as the roughness map works. Sometimes it absolutely doesn't work. So we're not going to do it there. We're just going to keep the roughness. Like right about there. So there we go. We've set up our trunk now. And that's kind of the annoying process for running through. And here's where it's going to crash. No, okay, save our work. And we have the trunk there. We're good to go. And let's get it out of local view or isolated view. And let's take our trunk, because we like to keep our assets. First, let's create a new collection, trunk. Trunks. It's in there, right? And we want to make sure our, what is the button for closing all of these? There's a way to close all of these at once, because it's annoying sometimes to go through and close all of your collections. Okay, so trunk sits in there. We want to make sure, what I kind of want to do, we'll do it separately. So let's copy this. Okay, you want to be parented? It's Alt-P, clear transform, parent, everything. We'll put that right over here with our like assets to be used if we need to ever. And we are going to be happy with that. Let's check out the other trunk. This stump. This is a larger stump. Yeah, I like it. Let's also, I think also Quixel Mixer, the bridge we've been using, has higher quality stumps than these. Like these are game asset stumps that are well done, so they look good. But I think Quixel Mixer has like, they didn't have trees, but they had stumps that looked fantastic. But we're just gonna use this because it's gonna match our hero assets on the island. They're all gonna be Unreal Engine assets, I guess. All right, so we have that. We're looking at the texture now on the Trump. We didn't export this yet. Let's go to Assets, Export, back up a little. Let's add another one here for Stump 02, Trunk 2, whatever. Yep. Good. Go back to Blender. Place it. We're gonna place it probably right here. What if we place it off this little humpity hump? It's gonna make the balance a little different. We might have to move this stump over a little to the right to balance this out, but I kind of want the trunk to kind of be sticking up maybe right here, right? Let it be known. All right, import an FBX, go back, stump 2. Since we put the cursor there, Shift S, selection to cursor, we're gonna add this to our collection of trunks. First of all, right away, we'll pull that off this side in a second. Let's angle and sort of position this where we want it. Yeah. I like it. Let's isolate it. Get rid of this stupid. Never mind. Psych about that one. Let's get rid of this because they were all selected. There we go. Now let's isolate this. Isolation station. We know about that, don't we all? Shading. Psych about everything I did. Let's isolate our actual object we've got. First, let's confuse Blender by telling it to render all the shaders. Yeah, bro. Unreal's free. 100%. And there's so many free assets out there, dude. It's a big download, just so you know. If you're going to download Unreal and start downloading assets, make sure you got enough hard drive space because they don't play around. This is a professional, large stuff going on there. As all media is nowadays, I guess. But anyway, let's zoom into our new asset, isolate that. I'm going to start working with this. So I've got it over here, trunk 2 BC. Let's open that back up. Oh, it says it right there, trunk 2 BC, right? Let's go to textures and find trunk 2 BC. The first crash of the day. Thanks, Blender. It was like, this material is too much. Thank God we saved it right after we imported this puppy. Let's go to shading. Let's do it something better this time. Go to solid view first, and then we go to the thing we have. Then we go to material view. And before we do this next time, what do? We learn, because we're human beings, right? So we save before we do anything else right there at this point. Let's open this up. Let's go to textures and trunk 2 BC. Thank you very much. And we'll get the normal map of that. Trunk 2 normal. See. Haha. It doesn't like this asset for some reason. Thanks, Blender. Let me quickly Venmo Blender Foundation another $50 to work on that issue real quick. It's like 50. Send. Okay, good. Let's save. We'll say, well, it's called scum saving in video games, right? Save scumming. You do it while you work in CG. You're like, is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? Oh my god, it worked. Save. All right, let's change that roughness a little like we did last time and make it a little less rough, right? A little more rough, rather. Less shiny. Go back into that. Go into object mode, and we're good. I trust those are going to look dope, so we're just going to continue on with adding more stuff. Let's now that was Unreal for the time being. We're going to try Quixel, and we're going to open up the bridge again. Our Quixel bridge. I don't know what these X, Y, Z things are. I think they're from the particle. Extras. I wonder if I turn that off, am I going to miss it? But I just found it, so. Okay. Quixel Bridge. 3D plants. This is much quicker than getting stuff from Unreal. I want to have a couple of these dead boys. I like this dead broom bush. You know what I mean? So let's download this. What did I say to download this? What text? Did I already give it a resolution? Frick! Damn it. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Wait, what are you doing? What are you downloading it at? 8K! No! Ah! Pause! Pause! 2K. Mental note. Be sure you check the resolution when you're messing with. A 102% it had to download. And let's export that to Blender. Go back into Blender and it should pop in here. Somewhere. Did it? Did it? Yeah, here it is. It put itself in for 5 for some reason. Let's put it back up in collection real quick, and we're going to shift. Actually, we're going to put it over here. We're going to bring that puppy over there. Ooh, okay. And these are all, these aren't LOD'd, are they? Are these LOD'd? I forget as well. They are, right? Or are these just, what? Let me see, just different types. What is this? What is that? Whatever this is, let's put it in dead broom. We're gonna, new collection, dead broom, I guess is what the plant is called. Let's go to shading mode. Solid, unisolate, focus, re-isolate, material mode. And the thing we have to do when we do these assets is we have to just make sure that the color of the opacity is also plugged into the alpha. And I think these are just, yeah, these are just different variations. They're not LODs. LOD 0, they're all LOD 0 with different variations. Perfect. So we're going to use this collection of See, these are all open again for some reason. Dead broom, there it is. Let's bring this dead broom down to this dead broom. Let's go there. Solid mode, model. Let's go to our hero island. It does. Hide extra hides the lights and everything, huh? Let's see. Oh, it hides the lights, but it doesn't hide the volume box. Okay, that's fine. Duly noted. So how do I just get rid of these? These little bad boys that are like showing the normal of each. I don't know what it's doing. I went through and I clicked on those and I don't know. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna select the hero island here. So far we've got grass and curled dock sitting on here, right? We're gonna add another one, which is our dead broom. And we're gonna end up adding maybe a vertex to that. Let's see how it plays. Dead broom, hair, render as collection, which is our dead broom collection. Scale those puppies up. Let's make sure that we are going advanced rotation. Make sure it is global Z. Boy, it's really, we need to make sure, yeah, we do need to paint this, don't we? So 1,000, huh? No. 300. Let's do randomize kind of how it's sticking out of the ground a little. Slight phase, ever so slight. These are, yeah. Scale randomness, yes. Yeah, maybe these are Quixel information bits. Yeah. Exactamundo. All right, let's create a vertex group and paint in these where these go. Now we go to vertex, add another vertex group. This is dead broom. Sometimes I like to add these dead broom VG for vertex groups. I don't know if that ever is going to help me in the future, but I didn't do it in this project. Anyway, dead broom. Now that this dead broom is selected, we can go to, and this mesh is selected, we can go to weight paint. All right, so let's paint a few of these here. We don't need them behind the island, behind the trees. This is good. And from here, we go back to the dead broom particle and we tell it to use the density of dead broom. And it only goes where we painted it. Save our work. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? But it's good to know that that is actually under extras. If I ever need to work with lights, I'll just pop extras back on. But that's good for now. And I typically don't, you notice when I work in Blender, I don't use handles to drag like in Maya and Max, like people have the, what do they call them? These navigation gizmos, right? These things. People use these. Do you know that? People do. I don't. I use G, and then I use the axis I need, or double tap G, or I just like move G, and sort of try to remember when I make a map. Y is this way, X is this way, so that I quickly know what I'm doing. But yeah, I don't use gizmos. And I don't use, isn't it weird? Like when I first started working in CG, I used gizmos. And you can even set this up where all gizmos are showing, right? Scale, rotation, and this is basically almost what how I used to work in 3D Studio Max in the day, except we had 4 quadrants, right? I used to work in top view, left view, back view, render view, you know, whatever, 3 quadrants. Man, when I started using Blender, stop that. I literally just work in CG mostly. I mean, I'll go to like side viewport. I'll pop them in this way. This is how I do it, right? If I want top view, I'll do 7 for top view, 1 for front, 3 for side. That's how I do it if I need it. But man, that's how I used to work way back in the day. It's just like 4 quadrant views that you used to, every now and then you could pop it open in big view, right? But such different times. All right, so we've got all those new assets in there. Let's go and render this and see how those new assets played. Wait, we didn't texture we textured broom. Yeah, we textured all the brooms. Let's see how this plays. And since we knew the density was too much before, let's go to the noise density. Go back to shading, unisolate. The noise one, zoom in. Where's volume noise? Is it the volume noise we want? Let's do density of 0.02. And for the noise of just the standard noise, let's do less either 2 as well, 0.02. Let's see how that plays. Let's save our work before we render. Let's see how the new assets play. Thanks for the one person probably that's Sejas. Thanks for hanging out, man. Sejas, you stopped by the yeah, you're a member of the Discord. It's cool. Just if you ever want to share anything, dude, make sure you show and tell. Show your stuff, man. Ask some questions. You know? Hang out. Dude, I appreciate that. I hope I don't get bored. I hope I don't get. I'm not bored. This is totally awesome for me. I hope you don't. It doesn't get boring. That's what I mean to say for people. I mean, I'm not always going to be working on. I don't expect to have like a ton of people here expecting, you know, some Dr. Disrespect Call of Duty action. Okay, so what's this? Okay, this stump looks cool. This stump is being hidden by a couple of grass slabs, so we'll move this. We'll move this and showcase the other stump somewhere else. This almost doesn't even look like a stump. It looks like a grass thing as well. I don't know what this is. But the new... Is the new grass working properly? What? It should, because if these... yeah, this is what we're using in Dead Bloom, and these are for sure, yeah, that's what we should be seeing over there when we use them. Those look great. They do. But here, like, what's this? Some of the things look a little thick here, huh? What is that doing on? It's like it's like. First of all, let's weight paint the dead bloom off of this area. Get out of it. What are you doing? Get out of it. Okay. Get out of it. We don't need you. We don't need you over here. We don't need you over here. Yeah. We're erasing some of the paint bits. And what we'll do is we'll make the number down. Here we go. That's what we wanted, I think. We had too many. Make sure this is going to be visible. Whoa! What is Y? What is Y doing? Or am I doing Shift Y? Or am I doing, what am I doing? Huh, I don't know. What? What is that? What is this? Is that the collision? Let's make sure that we're painting the dead broom off of the stump here. And the curled dock, let's just say. And the grass, let's just say. It's still kind of blocking there. It's like, it's telling me, it's like, I want to put stuff there, my friend. And I said, no. I don't want you to block it. Let's make it a little bigger. How was the fog density there? That's good. It's better. It's good. That's better. Kind of want this stump to be bigger also a little bit, right? Just a little bit. These puppies need to get off. Get off its back! Get off me back! Yeah. What are these? What is this, grass? It's just the grass, right? Yeah. Get out of it. Get out of it. Why is it still there? Even when I paint 0. Even when I paint 0. It still paints. It still puts grass where I don't want it. It baffles me. I can paint 0, yeah, and it's 0 weight, and it still puts it there. All right, let's go to Quixel. See if we can add some like dead tree branches or something. Those are the ones I used, I think, for the collection. Your Wi-Fi's dead, huh? Hurry back! That's cool. I like this. How am I not paying for these assets? Don't tell anyone. I'm really hoping that my Epic account, my Unreal Epic account, isn't tied to a credit card or a PayPal account. And every time I download one of these, it like $2, $5, $15. What's up, Justin? How's it going? Good morning. Yeah, we're working on this scene right here. Look at, we're seeing the top of the, we can't do that, so we have to make sure that we're not seeing the top of these, right? Let us we're looking for some like dead tree branches now from Quixel Bridge. Yeah. Seos here, great. Yeah, I forget to use Alt D sometimes to save. If I manipulated that object, it would manipulate the other object, like quantum entanglement, right? If I'm not going to ever manipulate the object, Alt D is the way to go, right? Absolutely, you're right. Stuck on texturing? What are you stuck on, man? How are you texturing it? What are you using? Man, they've got a lot of frickin' foliage in Quixel. Desert grass. That's cool. That's cool too. Like dry weeds. This is what we would use all over like our winter wasteland, right? I feel like we would use some more of this. We're just really not seeing too much of that. Like, this is going to be kind of shrouded in fog here, obviously, so. Nice. Dude, such good assets. It's ridiculous. I don't know how I'm getting these all for free. Succulent set. It's the succulent set. It is the succulent set. There's no tree branch. What? Here we go. Here we are. Wow. Wow, how do I get all these for free? I really hope this isn't tied to my... I better not get a big bill. Because usually you have things that say free asset. It says free. Look, free. Free. These don't say free. I haven't used any of these assets free. These are all assets that don't say free. Am I paying for this crap? I don't remember if I put in my Epic account. Is there a way to assign a texture to paint and painting some of the areas? For example, the dragon bones or horns. Yeah. You select the faces of just the horns, and you add a material set, and you make that sure that it's um, like, let's say this was edited. If I only wanted these to be like that texture, right? Or whatever. I then select the texture that I added, and you label it horn or whatever, and then you assign it, right? And then you make sure that your texture, that what you're building and making, you go to the shading tab, and when you're on horn or whatever, that then you're building your material there. In terms of if you want to blend the two together, that gets trickier, right? I I uh, I work in Substance Painter for most of my textures, if I can. If something is a node-based thing, like these are all procedural, so this is all just Quixel Mixer, and all. Like most of this shading stuff is not. I didn't have to texture any of this. It's like procedurally already done. But if I do an item that is like a dragon, or like an item with separate material, either make it as a separate object, or if you need it as one object, then you're gonna have to do what I showed you, the add right here. Like add a another thing to it, and then assign it to the faces you want. It's points thing. So what I'm doing is I'm spending points. I didn't see that. I looked around. I looked all around here on my account. What's this? And I didn't see. Purchased. What? Purchased? Oh no. I better not have purchased these. I thought these were free assets. Before you purchase anything on here, it should say, just so you know, you're buying this from your Epic account. I don't know how this is, what's going on here. Account settings. Let's go to my Epic account. I mean, I didn't break my bank, but I gotta stop using Quixel so much. Or at least purchase a subscription and see how much it is. I don't want to. I mean, if piecemeal, if all those assets piecemeal are like $5 to $15, hell no. You think I'm made of money? Oh, sign in with Epic. My activity on Quixel. Downloaded, acquired, downloaded, acquired, downloaded. Billing history. No billing history found. No billing history found. Yet I am downloading. Acquired, downloaded, acquired. Did I get lucky? Do I have this weird Because I've had an Epic account for so long, or because what? Why is every asset free to me? If you used Epic Games, it's free. That's freaking genius and amazing, right? Because Epic owns Quixel, right? Didn't they buy them out or something? So as long as you're using Unreal and the marketplace, every one of these assets is free. I mean, if you make a video game, you have to pay for it because once you, I think it's the license thing, right? Just like Unreal. Well, that's what Unreal is, right? Unreal is free, but if you start making over $100,000 or whatever in Unreal, you then have to pay. I think it's something like 5% or 15%. I don't know, but forever, right? In perpetuity, you owe Epic 15 or 5% forever going forward when you sell your game, which is worth it. If you're getting the game engine for free and all these assets for free, dude. Yeah. So, but you see how what's going on here though is like because I have an Epic's account and I was signing in through Unreal Epic, all of these assets are free to me. Anyway, that's dope. What were we doing? We were getting these stumps. We want to get a couple stumps here. Some driftwood or stumps or. Ooh, pine cones. Those are conifers. The trees are conifer bearing trees, I think. No, we gotta remember to stop this shit. Click on it and make sure it's the correct resolution before we download, which it is. 2K is fine. So we imported that, and I think whatever is the last collection used is where it puts it. Yeah, Hero Island. We're gonna put this in collection at first, and we're gonna pop it over here. That's it, huh? That's it. This is the asset of which you speak. Let's isolate it. Let's look at the textures and let's crash Blender. Let me quickly Venmo Blender. $15. Thank you. Send. Okay. Where were we last? We worked on our things here. We're good. Did we even export? We didn't import our puppy over there. Let's and then dang it. The thing about this is like I don't know where it imported it. I had this issue before. When I import something, when I tell it to export something, that's why it's two. It's not two. It's just the front and back. When I export it, it just puts it right in my collections, which makes it easier for me. Where did it put it? Yeah, right here. That's where I put it last time. Okay, we set it there. let's firstly just save real quick since we imported already. Thank you. And then we're going to put it in its own collection. Bark. You are barking up the wrong tree. We'll throw it in Hero Island because we're not going to use bark over in here because you're not going to see that stuff. We might not. We're barely going to see this on the Hero Island. Anywho, what are we on? Let's go to shading. Let's zap in, isolate, save, material, and crash. My renders are all, I don't post all my renders there. I'm doing it on ArtStation. Let me show you. This is my ArtStation where I'm posting some of my work. You need to be an individual creator. Huh. Okay. I don't know why this is acting so funky here. Is this, okay, so it already is textured. Beautiful asset. Okay, go to modeling. Get out of that. Is this isolated? No. Okay, I feel like, is that a good size for that? Let's make it a little larger. And it's in, it's in bark on Hero Island. Let's go here. And do we want to use a particle for this, or do we want to hand place a few hero barks? I feel like we don't need to do a particle for here. Let's copy that. Let's find a place. Shift S, bring it in there. I know these probably aren't even going to be seen barely, right? I know it's a lot of work for those two little bits and bobs, but hey, you know what I mean? Okay. Ooh, this must have not saved by the time when we went, like before we had fixed this where we made these taller. But yeah, now we can do that again. I guess we hadn't saved. All right, so we got a few bits of log around there. What else do we want? Rocks, right? A few like rando rocks. I should probably, I don't know, I'm not that great at social media. Like I'm an actor mostly, and I don't even post like a lot of my like film stuff on there. And all right, let's get some rocks. I do want this though. Look at this, wooden sticks and twigs. Give me it. Give me that. Export that. We're going to use this as a this one as a particle. system. So we'll go back into Blender. Let's stick our cursor over there. There's wooden sticks. Let's stick those sticks over there. Is this legit? Woo! And here they are. Let's select them all. Unselect our ground. Reselect one of these. And stick it in a let's stick it in a sticks. Sticks, and I assume they are already. Let's save first. Go to Material Editor. They are already beautifully textured. Look at that asset. Let's take it out of that. Let's increase the size of these a little bit. Let's put it closer just so we know kind of that it belongs to kind of an asset situation. Let's go over here. Are those still big enough? I feel like they're too small still. Make it about that big. We're gonna have to change the size anyway here. Let's go back into the Hero Island. Particles. Let's create another system. Particle system and call this sticks. Hair. Advanced. 500. Rotation. Global Z. Render as collection. The collection is sticks. Here they are. Let's go to scale. Scale randomness. Rotations, randomize the rotation. Phase it. Randomize phase. We're going to paint this because there's just obviously too many. Look at all this stuff we don't need. So it's always best just to, you know, if the situation, just paint your vertex so you can paint where things are. So what we're going to do in that case is we're pretty happy with the size and number there. Let's go to vertex here, create another vertex group. Call this group sticks. And since vertex group sticks is active now, we're going to weight paint. And we are going back to particles, and we're going to tell the weight this particle group that we've got selected to use sticks. And that's a hell of a lot of sticks. That is a hell of a lot of sticks. We're going to go and we're going to decrease the number here. There we go. Happy. Let's save our work. Let's render it out, see how that plays. It's so foggy. I mean, these little details in sticks, most of them aren't going to show up. They're such tiny detail. They blend well with the environment. But they're there and they're causing stuff to happen. And all those little fine details do add up in the end. That little details, they do. Okay, so look. Yeah, they're there, man. You can see all those little sticks. And they're adding detail 100%. This is looking good. This is looking good. I think rocks now. That's it. Little like rock. Little rocks that will jut out and cause some like nice jutting detail that could hide some CG elements of this here. I like it. What if we add one hero stick? Like on the ice a little bit. Just so we can connect the trees to the world here. Maybe two as for balance, like a stick over here and a stick here. Just because, you know, they fell off and they didn't just land perfectly on the island every time. They might have also fallen. One of them might have fallen onto the ice. Let's get a full render on this and save it, this iteration, and then we'll move on to the rocks. We don't have any composite denoise on right now because we want to keep all of our volumetrics showcasing the way they should. So let's save this as number 7 render. Das ist Nummer 7. All right. Looking pretty good. I feel like this bit right here is CG to me. You can see a little bit of the stretching and weirdness and angle. This bit's CG. I need to manipulate this part of the ground or add some hero element here that's going to hide it. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like some ground fog. I'm working with this. This is basically what I'm recreating. I don't see any ground fog on the ice here. I'm just kind of get this look. This is gorgeous, and I'm not going to be able to recreate something this perfect. But that's what I'm working with. But yeah, that's a good idea to add ice. I'm not done yet with the volumetrics and everything. I've still got a lot of tweaking to do. But we're getting there. And keep in mind also this is 100 samples. That's it. So you're getting very noisy, not a lot of detail in here. So when I crank up the contrast maybe a little bit more and do 1,000 samples or 2,000 samples, we're gonna get a lot more information in those in all this stuff here. Yeah. Isn't that cool? I saw this and I was like, oh, that's so dope. I have to try to create this in Blender. It's beautiful, man. And of course, I look at if you look at my image alone, you're like, that's pretty cool, man. Nice. Yeah. It looks cool. I like it. And then you look at the actual image in real life, and you're like, damn, dude, this is way better than your image. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm not done yet. 1 and 2, I'm not at the level where I can recreate that perfectly. But this looks pretty good. We're getting there. We all getting there. Thank you, Justin. Yeah, that photo's gorgeous, right? It's a wallpaper photo. I mean, it's not. It's an album cover. I just saw it and I was like, oh, what is this? Study ambient chill music or whatever. Yeah, I like that stuff. That's what and then I listened to it like 4 times while working on this because I was using it as a reference on the second monitor. And I was like, I'm done with that. Too much. But yeah, the image is gorgeous. But I think also this image this is color graded, right? There's like a color graded. the real life image isn't this lavender bluey. Probably has a blue tint to it, yes, of course, but this has been color graded. So we've color graded this a little bit, but we'll probably take this and color grade it in post on in the final to give it kind of a lavender LUT, sort of blue lavender to get the once we get everything down. Me neither. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tricky getting the scale of this, right? When you look at this reference image, this is like either this is an island far away with a weird lens from the mainland, or this is a peninsula. I think it's just a peninsula that you can't see. It's like a land, and the peninsula comes out. It's all connected. But the scale of these trees to these trees was difficult to get right. I ended up. We can close this because we have this in the render tab now. It's like my mantra. Look how far away the island is. So we have this on a 50 mil lens, and this is how far away our island is from our mainland. And it still kind of showcases what we've got here. It looks like it's almost right next to it, right? But it's not. We're trying to fake what they had going on for scale. Of course, our trees aren't the same as their trees. Their trees, let's be real. I mean, let's be real. These trees look way better than my trees because these trees are these thin. I mean, they're real trees. They're not game assets. These aren't even like Quixel assets. These trees are Unreal Engine assets. They're these assets right here, right? Which work, but they're not as good as like the Quixel assets. These are still like low poly for the most part, right? But they look, I mean, look, and they're even in Unreal. Look at this. They're animated in Unreal. Having these kind of assets, it really makes me want to go in and like, what I'd like to do, might do this, is recreate this exact scene in Unreal Engine and see how that looks. How about them apples? I'm shaking my leg again. I'm like, you guys might be shaking your camera. These are level 0 LOD, right? Which means in Unreal, these come with 5 different LODs. It says it right there. If you look at the game asset, like in the information there, it says LODs 4. Right, gives you all the info there. And look at the texture. It's barely a 2K. I guess it's about a 2K. Yeah. So you can choose between which LOD you want. Right? I think Unreal does it automatically, right? So if I'm close to this, it's LOD 0. And when I go out, it's flip-flopping LODs on the fly, if I'm not mistaken, right? When you bring one of these assets into an FBX, assets, actions, export FBX is what you have to do. When you get it into Blender, you have 5 different LODs to choose from, and you delete 2, 3, 4, and 5, and you keep 0, and 0 is your highest poly asset. And even the 0 for Unreal Engine assets are freaking low poly, right? So they're just not going to be as beautiful as these. These trees are just gorgeous. So much beauty in these trees, so much detail, and it's just hard to get that in with these assets. But they work. Like these background trees look fantastic, man. This looks great, and these are low poly. Unreal looks confusing. Not at all, bro. Dude, look at that. Look, my assets are here. Oh, I want this tree I want this tree. It loads it up. Boom. Pop my tree in there. What does it look like when I play the game, I wonder? Oh my god. I'm in the game instantly looking at my asset. This is a 3D template, of course. You can do 2D templates, 3D templates, tweaking. But it's just, this is the way you start maps sometimes and block things out. But look how, and they're animated too, by the way. They're just automatically animated by the wind. The wind just animates them ever so slightly. But yeah, that's easy peasy. And it's not confusing. These are all like the things you add, the basic. I could add a point light right here. Look how easy that is. Drag a point light in, go over to the point light, change the intensity of the point light. I want to change the color of the point light. Boom. Right? You can add all different types of lights. Lights. Here's all the lights you can add. Cinematic stuff like fog, volumes. Look at volume, fog, light importance, all this stuff. And you can fly around with WASD just like a first-person shooter kind of. You fly around like that. That's basically how you control everything. You don't have to, but that's just this. You got to get used to using your mouse right. Holding right mouse button does this. Holding left mouse button does this. Middle mouse button. You learn about that stuff, but it's like a first-person shooter basically is how you can control around here. And then one button. Can't play in editor when performing edit like. Oh, I'm editing some light calculation. I don't know what I'm doing. Why you got to be like that? What is it doing? I don't know. I have no idea what that means. Maybe you have to re-render it. I don't think you have to usually. Edit light color operation. Whatever, never seen that before. But anyway, so it's super easy. And if you went in and watched tutorials for it, yeah, 48K. Use that and you can see the Himalayas. You said never mind. Seems easy-ish. No, it is. It actually, working in this, way better than Unity in my eyes. It's just the user interface, the GUI or GUI, whatever they call it, like more pleasing, aesthetically pleasing, and it's just better than Unity, I think. And once you get used to how things work, right? Now Blueprints is a whole different story. This is all the visual stuff, right? I mean, when you start getting into Blueprints, that's when you're talking about nodes, and it gets the programming aspect of everything, which gets confusing, right? And you have to recalculate lights. So you do a build, right? Right, these are all temporary. So I just did a build. So it's going to go through and it's going to recalculate all the lights and the sun position that I just changed based on the trees and just make them better. And you can bake the lighting, of course. It's building the lighting. I'm showing you guys that real quick. I don't know how long. It shouldn't take long. Small level, small map. Cool. What do we got here? UV overlaps. I wouldn't worry about that. So look, now it made these way nicer, right? And I can go in here, back in and play this. And then hit escape just to pop out and start working. And anyway, that it'd be fun to recreate that in Blender. I mean, in Unreal and Blender. Oh yeah, I heard about that. 48,000K, 48,000 displacement of Earth. I think they did that of the moon too. They have one of the moon. I thought maybe it was 16K or something of the moon. I forget, but that's crazy. But that's essentially what the future holds when you're going to be looking at Google Earth, or Bing Earth, or whatever the thing is. Our satellite images in our photogrammetry is just going to be like, we're going to have the Earth fully photogrammetry mapped out. Can you believe that? That's going to happen. We're talking in 10, 15 years here. It's going to be high res. You don't need to, you're not going to need to go in and use SketchUp or Google SketchUp or, to make hero buildings and whatnot, to add into Google Earth. It's just going to, I feel like they're going to have the technology of just take the satellites. It's basically going to scan photogrammetry and stitch it together and make it work. Have you guys played Microsoft Flight Sim? That's awesome. I recommend you have a powerful computer to play that game. But man, I played that, and it's like what I was just talking about, but not as detailed. But it's close. Like you play it, you fly around Paris, you fly around Mount Rushmore, you see all that stuff. It's like it's partly photogrammetried and partly tweaked by the video game designers, but it's both. And man, it's cool. It's impressive. 172K displacement map for some money. I mean, um, yeah, flight sim, and as you're flying, it's loading the new areas on the fly, so to speak. You fly, so there's no load times in flight sim. You fly around the whole world, and it'll reload in the new bits and bobs. Man, I love that. That game was fun. You play with a controller. I wish I could play with a HOTAS. I don't own a HOTAS, a flight stick, but I played with a controller, and man, I got good at it. And it's just chill. If you're really into chilling out, just hours of it gets a little boring after a while, but it's fun. I put a good 50 to 100 hours in, I guess, before I stopped playing, but it's impressive. Is this still? No, it's not. It's just this. I thought this was the volume box again getting in the way, but it's just Blender. Blender's UI. You couldn't find your house, really? Yeah, I did that too. I flew over Los Angeles and I found my place. I found my street. I didn't see my house per se exactly, but yeah, I did. I did. I think my house was covered with trees and it wasn't perfect, but I flew to a couple of my old houses and definitely recognized the neighborhood. Some like obviously Los Angeles is more mapped than rural Tennessee. It's just they put more detail into certain cities, of course. The traffic on that is it's interesting too. It's a little buggy. Like I love that they have traffic that you can see doing its thing, and the traffic is updated by like GPS information. It knows if things by based on time of day if things are live traffic, whether things are low traffic or high traffic, and it implements that and puts it in. It's so cool. But of course, the traffic is slightly broken because the computer sometimes thinks that rivers are roads. So it'll turn a river into a road, and then the computer will think, oh, I got to put cars there, so cars will be driving on rivers. It's a little buggy, but for the most part, it's incredible technology. Hang on, I gotta use the restroom and shut my dog up. But I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, third world countries. I'm going up real quick. Just look at the text up there. Yeah, it's like Google Maps as well. Like before even the 3D Google Maps, Google didn't go around. Google's trying to go around everywhere, but they have to start with the big cities first, right? You live in India. You live in Mongolia, Justin. Okay, dope. Here in LA, it's noon, almost noon. It's 11:30. You found a 1,000 unit note? Oh, you don't know if it's 1,000 or 100. Is there a big difference? I assume there is. What's a unit note? Hmm. Okay, boys and girls. I don't think there's any girls here, but boys. Hydrate. Everyone hydrate. That's annoying. Excuse me. What do we want to add? Rocks, that's right. That was our next step. So let's go back to modeling here. And what we should have kind of done, we didn't do that before, we kind of just isolated, is let's go into here and create a blanket collection called Hero Island. No, we already have that on Hero Island. Let's psych that out. Let's psych that out. We have Hero Island. Let's see what's on Hero Island. Okay, so we need to add these to Hero Island. Just to Hero Island. Hero Island. Hero trees. This is in furs. Is it on Hero Island though? Or the furs are here are furs in Hero Island? No, they're not. So let's take the trunk here and this trunk. Let's take these two trunks and let's throw them in Hero Island. And yeah, so if we hide Hero Island now, what do we have? Oh, is there two in here? There's dos. How many more are in here? Oh my god, what? Wait a second, are these different LODs? They are. They are. LOD 1. Let's get rid of 2. Let's get rid of 3. Oops, I didn't do that. Let's get rid of 3. I don't know where our 0 trunk is, but we're gonna say screw it. LOD 1. Are we gonna say screw it? Do we want to say screw it? Or do we re-import the trunk? This was an Unreal asset, not a Quixel, right? Yeah. 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 So that's annoying. Where's our second? Oh yeah, we said we were gonna add. Let's by the way, we put, luckily, like I so often go to File, Import, FBX. Annoying, right? So I put it on Quick Favorites to just import an FBX, which is just Q. So easy. Yeah. Most of the trees just disappeared. Yeah, we're gonna tweak the this a little bit more, the fog, make it a little bit more noise foggy, but we're almost there. Like I said, we're gonna be. If you look at these trees, there's quite a few of these that are like disappeared into the background, but we're trying to mimic kind of that feel, and we're getting there. And bear in mind, these, like I said, this is just 100 samples, which is nothing. So this is so noisy, there's no detail in here. When we get this up to 1,000 to 5,000 sample render, this noise is going to be gone, and it's just going to be like some cool detail in here. We'll drop the density probably a little bit more on that. What was I doing? That's right, we're importing an FBX here, which was the stump 2, right? And let's bring that to cursor. Is this the stump? Let's get rid of the collision box from Unreal. We don't need that. Let's separate these. Let's look at what they are. Let's delete everything except for this one. We only want, what is this? This is LOD3. That's not what I'm using, is it? That's not what I'm using over here. I better not be. I better not be. Where is it? Oh, they're both gone. Huh? Where's the other one? We obviously don't want LOD3. Let's do these trunks again real quickly. So we got the good one here, LOD0. Let's bring in the other FBX for stump 1. Let's bring it over to our cursor. Let's get rid of the collision map and let's move these. Let's do X this time, just for fun. Okay, this is obviously the best one. This is LOD0. Yeah, let's delete these. I'm going to unparent whatever that is. Parents do keep transform. I'm going to unparent this, keep transform. Let's move this over. Yeah. Let's put these in trunks. And then we'll go to shading, unisolate, zoom in, isolate, save our work, material editor. And unfortunately, the annoying part about these UE things is I have to frickin' do this again, right? And I have to remember what they were. I think I do remember. Even though they're attached, they're not. It's the way Unreal works, unfortunately. So you got to go find this again. So let's go here to textures. What was this? This was trunk. Was it trunk 1? Trunk 1 BC. Yep, that's why I saved. Blender has issues. What, you thought I was going to add on to that? No, Blender just has issues. Let's go to material view again. Let's not go to material view first. Let's go to open and let's choose the materials first. Trunk 1 BC. Get out of it. And then this normal map. That's why I like to bring these closer, just so it's easier. This normal map here, trunk 1 normal. Save our work. Material editor. What? This is trunk 2. This is trunk 1. I was trying to give this thing. What am I doing? Okay. La verga. All right, so let's get out of material view. Let's do this again, and hopefully it works. Trunk 1 BC. Trunk 1 normal. Save our work. Select this one. Trunk 2 BC. trunk 2N. Save our work. Material preview. Is it right? Are we right there? Yes, but we don't like the roughness. Let's bring the roughness up. Go to here, bring the roughness up. Cool. Save our work. Solid mode, modeling. Get out of that. All right. We're setting up these up as hero stumps, not particles, obviously. So this, what did we want? We wanted this tall one. Let's do a copy. Let's put our 3D cursor right here. Not there, right here. And then bring that new copy over to our cursor. Dip that in the ground. Make some rotating. It's okay if this sticks in and out of the ground just a smidge there, so we're good there. Hopefully these plants don't totally block our hero stump. We'll bring number 2, copy that. Let's put a 3D cursor there and swing that over there. And just do a quick little viewport rotate. I think that's how we had it. Okay, now we've got both 0 LOD stumps in there. I didn't know why we didn't have that before. What's up, Tony? Yeah, I messed with the scale a little bit, dude. I pulled the island forward even more, put the land back a little bit, added some trees, messed with some stuff since yesterday. I'll do a quick render so you can see. Yeah, the scale is interesting, right? Because it still looks like, one of the differences that it's hard to mimic because I don't have the correct tree model is these trees have much skinnier, they're skinnier and they're taller than my tree models. So I kind of have to work with that, with my sitch there. Yeah, dude, totally, man. You use the tabs. The tabs in Blender are just the way I do it. I rarely have to add a window or subtract a window when I'm working with the tabs. I just use what they have for us, and it's great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 exactly. It's, you want it to be a winter lake, not a winter tiny little water thing. And I'm trying to get that scale down, right? And I'm not quite there yet, but and we'll work with we're still working with the volume scatter and figuring out. Wait a minute. We're not rendering some of the trees there. We'll just say what? Dang it. Where did it go? I have this fur 8. That's supposed to be in the fur thing. Let's go here and create a new collection. This fur 8 needs to go in the furs collection, but let's weird. right? This is fur 8, which needs to go in the first collection, which it is. But does this not using 8 now? Fur full. Grass, silver, fur full. Grouped. I think the grouped one got messed up. I think I'm supposed to be using, unless I just deleted a tree particle, we have to recreate. The grouped is supposed to be using instance furs. Yeah. Furs. It's using furs, which should be 8, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I don't know what happened or what got confusing. It's a bit difficult to see me on YouTube. What? Yeah, that's the thing. One of the things that makes this, I was saying dope Tony real quick, is that they're skinnier trunks, and just the resolution of the dilapidated sticks is just way better than the asset I have, but we have to work with what we work with. Um, so this is the grouped furs. Where's the vertex for group? This is where it's painting for grouped. All the other trees. This is the group. What happened there? I don't know what happened. Grouped is supposed to be using all of furs. Oh, what happened? So weird. Okay, and then we also have our fur full, which was number 5, I believe. What was it? Fur full, fur number 5. Yeah. Where is it? They're not there. Why isn't it there? Renders collection furs. No. Fur full. Fur 5. Where's the collection fur 5? Grouped, not ground. Ground. What are we doing here? Fur 5. Nothing's in fur 5. Where's my full tree? This is my full tree. which says fur 5 standalone there. That needs to go in fur 5. Nice. Let's keep it like that. Perfect. Fur full. Sorry, I'm troubleshooting this situation here. A horse? No. These are like weird, thick little bush trees. And instead of those, I used these kind of things that you see here in the grass. Let's see if we've fixed our situation here. Let's increase our size of these a little bit. Okay, so on the main ground, we've got a grass, a salt grass, a curled dock, grouped. Grouped is using all the furs in the whole collection here. Are these not? Yeah, they're in here. LODs. What is this? First 7 forest. Like, why are these here? Oh, these are the ones over here. These are the. Okay. I'm gonna save. Let's quickly go to our shading. Unisolate. Unisolate. Let's try that one more time. And volume. Let's check our volume here. This is our volume noise. Let's change this to 0.01 on the density. We've got a noise. We've got a volume scatter here with a noise on it, which means it's not going to be fully dense. It's going to have some like blotches. That's going over the whole scene. And then we have a second one that's just fully dense. So it's not on our hero trees. It's going kind of from here back into our secondary trees. Let's see if that how this plays out now. Let me render that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I use the search function, yeah. A family of deer would be cool, right? I like that idea. Let's see if we can find, we can look up, see if we can find any deer models that are grazing. Oh, thanks. The engine turbine. Appreciate it. I don't use SEO. I didn't see Tony. I didn't see that. I don't use SEO or keywords other than like. I think setting actually in setting it up I did use keywords. It's difficult to find me on YouTube because I just yeah, okay, well thank you for letting me know that. I know what you mean now. I thought you meant visually, like something was like low bit rate, but you're talking about find me via keywords. Well, one, I just started, so I don't have a ton of content up. Two, I can go through and try to SEO it a little bit better, for sure. The density of trees needs to be increased again. I tweaked things around and the density of trees are less. This might be actually beneficial. We might actually like what we're seeing here. Let's see. And I lessened the density of the fog. Good for you, dude. You want to be a technical modeler, hard surface? Start googling Blender hard surface modeling. You probably want to buy an add-on if you're really into it called Box Cutter and whatnot. And there's a few add-ons that'll really help you do hard surface stuff. But if you're looking to do, Blender has a new thing too in hard surface where you can select a face and pull it in, and it deletes all the stuff that needs to be deleted and creates the hard surface smoothly and perfectly. I don't know. I think that's in Blender now. You have to activate it or something. It's in one of the left side like toolbar. Excuse me. Oh. I feel you, dude. Me too, man. Me too. Been all over the world. I lived in a dozen or more different places. I've waited tables. I've worked at bookstores. I've edited. I've acted. I've produced. I have so many different things that I do, and I still am like, what do I do? But that's the beauty thing of life is like, there's so much to do in life. The trick is finding something that makes money and keeps you happy. You have to like it and have to make money at some point doing it. Well, you don't have to make, you don't have to love the thing that makes money for you. That would be ideal. But you have to do things in your life, hobbies, activities. You have to do things you love to fill up that hole inside you that needs to do the things that you love. Because if you only work at a job you don't like and you go home and you don't do anything you like and you don't look forward to anything, life sucks. You have to get involved, learn new things, do things you love, even if it's not your main job. Okay, that looks cool. We're looking good there. I like that. I lessened the fog, tweaked the fog, lessened the tree coverage a little bit. We might want to increase the tree coverage, at least paint a few here, just to show that there's a forest that goes down in there. Right now you see like this forest line, and then behind it you see land / whatever. Let's save this as an iterative image since we have it. Number 8. I think I'm pretty happy with this, where we're getting kind of. And since this is rendered now, we can look in the render tab. Yeah. I don't know the nomenclature either per se exactly what I should be calling myself. I know that I'm not a character artist. I do hard surface, props, now environments, kind of generalist. I'm a generalist because I understand a lot of different things, and I'm not a master at any of them yet. Junior kind of artist that just kind of understands the whole thing. But if you need somebody that's like, specialists are different. Like a nuke, somebody that uses the program Nuke, specialist. By the way, if you're a nuke specialist, you use the program Nuke. Just go grab a rake. That's the joke. If you're a nuke specialist, go grab a rake. Why? Because you're going to be raking in the money. Yeah. Oh, you can? Yeah, you can see this tree is this tree is this tree. I noticed that stuff too. This is the same top as this is this. That's really the only thing you notice. Pink, pink, pink. The rest is decent. There's a problem with this though. One of the interesting things about creating the interesting things about creating particle trees like this, hair trees, is that rotating them is hard. Like I bring these, you have to make sure that the tree is coming up on the normal, right? The global Z axis. And you can tweak the rotation. When you start tweaking the rotation, you start doing stuff like this. Not like this though. What I want to do and want to have the power to do is set it up here and then be able to randomize the rotation this way. Because if I randomize the rotation this way, these things wouldn't be so apparent. But unfortunately, I can't do this. It only kind of does this when I randomize rotation and stuff, because it's working with the normal, and I don't know. There might be a way. I just don't know how to do it. Yeah, if I randomize the seed every time, it'll reposition the trees in different ways. And I could keep doing that until I found something pleasing with balance. How much is Nuke? It's like $1 billion. Yeah, you can previs. You can be a previs artist. Specialize in that. Like most artists should know how to do previs. At least understand it. But yeah, if a movie, it's like previs can also be like storyboards, moving storyboards. Obviously, right? If a movie says, here's the storyboards for the movie we're shooting, we'd like to get a previs in 3D on this with camera moves and stuff like that. You could go and you do a basic block and basic animation of the movie in previs. Previs also, I mean, if you're in a smaller house, you're going to be doing that yourself. Like if I created, if this has an animation involved in it, before I did this, probably I would block things out without any of the particles or any of this crazy stuff, and I would move the camera and pre-visualize the animation and action before going into too much detail. Yeah, visual storyboards, exactly. All right, rocks, guys. We're on to rocks now. We fixed, before we had the cacophony, the issue with like the, what we want to do probably, since we just talked about it, is increase the number of trees here on both the fir and the full. All right, and now we've got a forest. Save that. Now let's create rocks. Let's go in and we'll use particles for this. So what we're going to do is we're going to use Quixel Bridge because it's here. So, I love the pine cones. We should add a shit ton of those. No, I'm just kidding. It would be cool though. Look at all this stuff. I love it, love it, love it. So we used this, I think, wooden sticks and twigs to do particles on our hero island, and it looked great. It added a nice little small detail. Let's look for rocks. Whoa, 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 what? Didn't do that. What? Cobble and woodpeck. Those are related, those aren't the actual assets. Cobble, huh? I love that word, cobble. Like we could use this. Let's use it. Download. Purchased. Export. I need to figure out, like, before I export something, maybe I should like create a collection, and so it would export it right into the collection, so I don't have to go in here and try to find what I just exported. There it is. It just randomly in fir 5, because why I had fir 5 selected last. Let's bring this cobble up to collection here. Let's pop it on over here as a side note. Let's select all of our cobble. Let's increase the size of it. Let's put it in its own collection, which is going to be, we'll call it, cobble and stuff. Where did I put it? Cobble and stuff. This is going to be on Hero Island. Let's select. Let's make sure our cobble is textured, and let's just separate them because we're here. Let's separate the assets. Let's save our work first. Let's select these bad boys. I'm going to unparent them. Clear parent, keep transform. Then I'm going to isolate. Look at the material preview and crash Blender. No, it's good. Look at that. Look how beautiful those assets are. Criminy. It's a criminy not to use these things. Unisolate. Beautiful. Those are in their own little jammer. Let's select this again. And we're going to do one more here. This is going to be cobble and stuff. Cobble and stuff. Hair. Render as collection. Cobble and stuff. We'll work on the density thing in a second. You can see it's all there. Let's change the scale. Change the scale and scale randomness. We'll make it less. Cool. And this will be more once we paint off of this area and just put it here. It'll look, this will appear like it's more. Let's do a advanced rotation. And these are going to be normal, which is fine. They don't need to be sticking out. Do a little bit of phase randomness and a little bit of jammer randomness. I wish, one of the things I could wish is does it's best to not put things on the underneath of it, right? I wish there was an easy slider that told it to go the distance from the mesh, so you could pull things out of the ground a little, certain things. I don't think there is one, but it's fine. These can stick out of the ground randomly like this. This kind of stuff, it works, it's fine. So let's now, we're happy with that. Let's go to a vertex group, create another vertex group. Call this one cobble and stuff. I can eat breakfast, lunch in a second here. Cobble and stuff. While it's selected, let's go to weight paint. And we're just going to paint this on the stuff that you mainly see, like what I just did there. This is not seen. I really don't even need information back there, right? And here we're going to go back into the particles, cobble and stuff. Go down, density, tell it to use cobble and stuff. And now we can see all that crap. Let's save our work. That's a lot of crap, but it's going to blend in more when we render it, right? All that crap is going to blend in more. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to add a hero rock. I don't know. Did it? Oh. This is the other asset set that I used along with the other one. Let's separate these as well because we're cool like that. These are a lot. Let's if I hit GG, no it doesn't, does it? Ah. So many in this little pack, I love it. This is what we originally kind of used as our debris for the Hero Island. Save our work. Let's check this new render with the dense trees and more stuff. Let's put a hero rock in there like I just said. I just kind of want a fun hero rock, and that will be this one right here. Copy that. Let's put it what's up? That's my girlfriend. We're just gonna put this in. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll jump into back to chat and just. We're gonna. Oh God, look at these are all open again. I gotta find out the thing to close. Can somebody look up what is the shortcut key to closing all of these root folders all at once in one click? Because we want this in its own folder so that the hero rock isn't. There it is. So it's not part of a particle system. And that's all we wanted. Was just one big hero rock. It's fine. All right, let's save our work and re-render and see how the changes are going. All right, so sorry guys, chat. Sorry Tony, I haven't I haven't checked. I was zooming around. I know the particle counts. Those can kill, man. Those can kill a lower end system. But luckily, you can set the particle count and you can hide on it. If you have a lower quality computer, an older computer, whatever, you just have to be better at collections and hiding layers, right? Because if you can constantly hide layers, keep them hid and work like that, and when you only render, it renders everything. You can tell it, obviously to render everything. That's how you have to work when you work with like lots of particles and huge scenes. Yeah, you're working on a potato laptop. I feel you, man. Feel you. What's advanced techniques? Menus you never use. Which ones? Yeah. You're having a broken tree is cool too. Like this tree here. One of the things I don't like about this tree is it goes up into a perfect kind of game asset tree, right? It's okay. I don't hate it. But these are the kind of details that my eye will finally, when I start combing over it in the final passes, the final hours, I start looking at stuff like, ooh, this is a little game assety. What do we do about that? Maybe hide it behind another thick tree. Have another thick tree, hero tree rotated, and just the tip of it comes and like hides. Maybe we have one tree here that like totally bends. I mean, it's like kind of knocked down, yeah, like and it'll hide this area here, which is kind of gamey. Look at that, guys. Our new cobble and rocks and everything look great. That all looks so good. I want to hide this bit, like I was talking about earlier. This bit I'm circling is the kind of bent, the stretch texture, CG looking area here that I want to hide or change. Yeah, the derooted tree, you could have it. These have root systems, so if I knocked one over and actually destroyed one, I mean, I could use one of these trunks even as the base of it and then have it knocked over onto the lake or something. I don't know. I want to keep it, I'm trying to keep obviously the balance. One of the cool things about this image, this reference image, is that this hero island, these trees, are just like naturally balanced, and that's why it's so beautiful. Like it might be a little right heavy, but this tree does a lot for bringing it over to the left. And also, even though this is right heavy, this is weird balance stuff. This is lighter. There's some darker stuff here. So this darker stuff going on over here with these bigger bushes are actually balancing the left side out from this right side heavy trees. All those matter, and that's why it's pleasing to the eye partially, is that this is just so balanced, and I want to make sure that that balance kind of remains in my image a little bit. That's why I'm thinking of, even though this tree is dead here, I've got this trunk here, this pretty heavy item that's weighing down the left side a little bit visually. This one's a little less and hidden, so um, I don't even know if I want this one right here. Maybe I'll put it over here. Right now it just looks like these are supposed to be like, oh, trunk here, like left side, right side. That's a little forced for me, so I might tweak that around. Maybe add the second trunk in the center and bring the hero rock over here and make it larger. The hero rock poking up over here, something like that. This PC I'm working on right here, based around a 2070, $1,600. I usually always build my own computers from scratch. I piece them together. I get all the parts and I build it together. But this is the first time that I just said screw it. I went to Best Buy and got the iBuyPower brand based around a 2070, and it was $1,600. And I love it. I could have probably pieced together a rig that is even more powerful than this if I did it by myself and saved probably like $300. I could have probably gotten like a $1,300 system had I pieced it together myself and made it a better system, but I just said screw it. At this point, the 2070 in my rig, all I did was up the RAM to 50 gigs. I'm happy with my rig right now. I can game all the games, and I can CG render pretty well here. Okay, this is good. I'm happy with this. Let's save this as actually number 8. Save over number 8. We can close this now because we have it here. Yeah. I love trees that are tilted over and stuff, especially if you go like to northwest United States and stuff, to like the old growth, the old redwood forests. When you see those things toppled over, the tree system is the root system that's like this direction now is like 20 feet high. Tree on left reference image is in background of the island look like. Yeah. I think it's all very important, but if you're doing 3D modeling, GPU, especially depending on, dude, you have to look at the the preferences system and tell it what you want to do. If you have an RTX card, it's probably best to use OpticX. If you're just wanting to do some powerful GPU rendering, use CUDA. You can tell CUDA to use your Intel Core or your GPU. If you have like a Threadripper, a super expensive CPU, obviously you want to render with your CPU, but I'm just rendering with my OpticX right now. Seems to work for me. But yeah, RAM has always been important when you're working in 3D and rendering and stuff like that, and GPU if you're doing GPU rendering. Yeah, and storage, you're right, because these mega scans, like 8K textures, take up space, man. Thank you, Sehas, for looking that up. You hit A on the keyboard while hovering your cursor on the name of the collection, collapse it. Okay, well, here's the thing. Instead of hitting A on the keyboard while hovering over your cursor or the name of a collection, I could just click left on the flag. Right. That's no quicker. That doesn't seem any quicker to me than going boom, 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 boom. There's a button though where I hit one of these and it collapses all of these. It closes all of them at once. RAM isn't processing power. RAM is basically, it takes things that you're doing. It allows you to work in multiple applications at once if you have a lot of RAM. And it allows you to store, like when I do my GPU rendering on OpticX, I can store more information in my RAM so that next time I render, it's faster. It reads things faster, stuff like that. It's random access memory. RAM is like temporary storage of memory, and I mean, I'm not an engineer, but Big Sur is gorgeous, man. Yeah. I see what you mean. Like this one is in the middle, right? This tree is actually in between the background trees and the hero trees. It's these two here are like in the middle. Like look at this. I like this too. Look. This is a random twig. Big twig just old tree sticking up from the ground. I gotta add this. See, I love this. See how this is more snow covered, like a snow covered like rock here? There's more thick bushes. Like I love this. I mean, this is beautiful. It's funny that you wouldn't normally be breaking things in the world down like this and go, God, this is beautiful. Look at all this. Look at so much going on here. But I mean, when you try to recreate it, you realize how much stuff is really there. We're doing it in our own way. I know what you mean. Yeah. Well, thanks, man. I hope I'm inspiring a little bit here. So, like, if I was in modeling, say us, and like, let's say, A selects all of it. I'm trying to find the button that collapses all of these in one go, like that. I feel like I could randomize the height of these trees a little bit more. Because like, see, these are like really similar trees right next to each other that kind of look similar. If I randomized it, this might be shorter than this one and it would be like a little different. These are pretty random. I mean, the randomization, I do have random height on, but it's just maybe a little bit more. I love this though. This just looks so good. I'm very curious to see. I should go get lunch, and while I go get lunch, guys, while I fix myself some foodie foods, if you don't mind, I'm going to render this at 1,000 samples, so we get rid of some of this noise. We can see more detail. And let's do what we talked about before. Just a couple of things, because I feel like this is mirroring the other thing too much. Let's put this here in the middle. Let's put the hero stone. Let's keep this hero stone just a little smaller over here, right? And so it doesn't look like the next one when we do it. Let's rotate it. And let's bring this over to another hero one over here and make this one real big. Let's rotate it. Make something interesting like that. It might be too extreme. Let's see. I feel like I'd want to have snow on it if it's going to be that big. That's the thing. And this isn't a snow rock. So if we make something too big, I'd want it to be a snow rock. Maybe we can go find a hero rock that's covered in snow. Obviously grass isn't really going to grow out of a rock. Didn't want to do that. I quite often do that. Let's go back to solid and crash it. Okay, let's save just in case. GZ. Nope. Didn't hit, must have not hit G. My keys, if you could see my keyboard, I don't have any letters on my keys anymore. The ones that I press a lot, they're all wore down. So all my keys are, I have to guess what letter is what. Luckily, I've been doing it long enough I can. All right. All right, guys. So we moved a couple things around. Do we have to paint this now? Like, I feel like we're getting into territory here that, I mean, are you going to see this and say, hey, there shouldn't be grass growing out of a rock? Let's just keep it right there for now. And guys, I'm going to change this up to, that was only 100, boys and girls. We'll go to 1,000 now, and that's going to take about 20 minutes to render. I'm going to go eat. Yeah, it could be a mossy rock as well. How does this moss look right now? Like, let's save our changes. Let's isolate. Let's material. This is what we're looking at right now. It's a dope texture, but, and luckily it's a little white there. This is what we're looking at. So it's not terrible, but I would like to have snow. Ideally, I would want to have some snow on a couple parts of this. Yeah. All right, boys, let's render this at 1,000 samples, and I'm gonna go eat. Yeah, talk to me on Discord as well, Tony. We can keep conversations going, so that we remember things more sometimes and document them on Discord. Thanks for sticking around, Sayas and Tony. I really appreciate you guys. Just like helping, keep me company, giving me ideas, stuff like that. So let's let these get 1,000 samples going. Come back and see how that looks. All right, guys, I'm gonna eat. Be back. You guys can just keep your stream on with me in the background while I render. That would be lovely. Hey, let's go. Um, uh, huh? It doesn't? I thought I swore. Um, you could collapse everything at once. I'll look it up. Thank you for checking that out, Sayos. How do you set up a skybox without HDRI? You essentially want, because HDRI files are a certain file format, right? So you essentially want a texture that is the same dimensions as an HDRI, right? But you want to plug it into what is the? I mean, the old school way would be a half sphere over your entire scene, and you texture an HDRI that's set up for sphere, half sphere, and do a spherical projection, and then work on that. The only issue is if you look up in your scene, excuse me, like in a game world, you would see the pinching of everything coming to one. You can solve that and resolve that. I would suggest you, if you're talking about Unreal Engine and game engines, skyboxes are set up a certain way, and those are just like, you can go look in tutorials on that. There's a lot of defaults. You can, like in Unreal Engine and stuff, you can work with the skybox and tweak a bunch of stuff in the skybox itself, so you don't have to change the skybox. But if you really wanted to, you can. In Blender, I can't really say. Why would you want to? You mean you want to have a background but not have the background manipulate the lighting? But here, one of the cool things about HDR is that are that makes things great about HDR is if you have anything reflective in the scene, even this ice, right? It's reflecting the HDRI. So that's one of the great things about HDRs is that all your reflections and all your stuff is being subtly manipulated with your HDRI like the real world. But you don't want to. You're saying you don't want to mess with the lighting of it. I like the balance here. It's good, right? This is better. Got the tree stump here, and this rock over here. And because this tree, like we were describing, because this tree is dead on the left, it's, let's say, visually lighter in composition. So this tree trunk here adds a darker element which balances out this, because these trees on the right are heavier. This one's in the middle. I mean, I'm trying to get a pleasing feng shui kind of balance to the island here. Is the ideal key, right? I don't have anything with transmission on right now, unless this glass texture has transmission, but I doubt it. I mean, glass ice. The yeah, the bounces always slow things down when you render in cycles. If you know, I'm working with default bounces, so the radiosity and ray tracing in cycles is set up to the default amount. You can increase that. You can say max bounces 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever you want to do, which will slow your render down. But at some point, very fast, it's going to be a moot point, and it's not going to. You're just going to be having increasing render time for no visual difference that I can see anyway. But the thing that's slowing my render down the most is the volume scatter. I have 2 volume scatter boxes working in this map. But look at this, the 1,000 samples. It looks great, right? It's looking a lot better. No, Tony, your questions are great questions. Let me sum up here. From now on, what I'm going to say is, Tony, great question. Let me answer. You know, don't. Your questions are great, dude. There is no stupid questions, man. If your question is, if you're seriously interested and your brain thinks you want to know it, then it's not a stupid question, man. Oh, Blender Hockey's on Discord. Let me see that. Yeah, Sejas, by the way, if you're still there, yeah, you put your renders at final renders. I think show and tell is where no, actually show and tell is where you want to uh, show and tell is where you want to show your works in progress and stuff like that. You know, things that you're not done with, right? When you're finally like you think you're just about done with something or done with something, you put it in final renders. That's where you're going to share things. What is this? What did that open? That link it makes me download something. What am I downloading? MKV? What's an MKV? What? Sweet. That's cool. I mean, yeah, nice, fun. Cool. Yeah. Nice animation. 32 hours to render? Ha! You gotta get a better laptop, bro. Yeah, to make sure it's not porn. I have yet to. I'm sure it'll happen, but everybody that's joined in on the server thus far are really cool people. You guys are awesome, adult, mature, you know, which is how we're going to keep this community. There's nobody that's going to show up here with an ego, who's a dick, who's passive aggressive. That they're going to get banned right away. This community is going to be. Finally, I have a community myself, building one. I have the right to keep all nice people here. Some of the not trying to be, you know, I'm not going to name names, of course, but some of the Blender community stuff, Unreal community stuff, there's some real like egotistical douchebags that run some of those communities, and that is not going to be this place. He says. Yeah, it's cool. Cool animation. See how long that took to render, man? How many Sejas are you on it? Are you here still? How many samples did you say that was? Yeah, that's Sejas. He's usually one of the ones hanging out here. Sahas. I don't even know if it's Sahas or Sejas. I'm sorry, Sahas. So here's the render, guys. Let's save this as our 8 again. And since we rendered it, we can close this and look and render. And that's looking cool, man. I think that's looking pretty groovy. Yeah, what's up, Douk? Look at you lurking in here. I didn't see you chatting, just lurking. I love it. Lurk all you guys want. You guys are awesome. Even our lurkers are cooler than other people's lurkers. No, I'm just kidding. Not kidding. So, yeah, man, I've been going on some of those Discord servers, and the admins and the moderators and stuff. They have like I'm not boasting or I'm not being egotistical myself, but dude, I'm a cool dude. Like, I'm mature, I'm nice, I support people, I'm positive, right? I've gone on some of those communities and they made me feel like shit. They made me feel like I'm bothering them. They made me feel like I was cringy, like
several of those communities did not make me feel welcome, and they're some of the bigger communities. Let's just say that. And I was like, wow, dude. I went on a community. I'm going to tell this quick story. I'm not going to name any names, but it was one of the bigger Blender communities on Discord, and they had a competition, right? They had a competition set up there that was a 1 month competition. Apparently, it changed to a 2 month competition. I don't know when, about the time I joined it, but it gave more people time to do anything. So I busted my butt, and and there's a couple of people that for some reason didn't like me in the community. I have no idea why. I was on voice chat. It was a voice chat community, and I would talk, and I'd be nice and supportive and cool, and not take up the microphone and talk over people. Basic common sense, mature stuff. While at the same time there were kids 17 years old and younger that are just yelling into the microphone and acting goofy. For some reason I was the cringeworthy dude. Anyway, so the competition. I submit my work, and all of a sudden I find out, oh my god, they put it up. I submitted early. They put up another month. There's another month for people to do this. Like, oh shit. Okay, so people are going to see my work now, because the competition had a prize. Like, there's some prizes in the competition. I was taking it seriously, and so I'm like, crap. Now all these people get to see my finished product way early, and then they can say, oh, I'm going to up my game now, and that's what happened. They extended it. People started trying to up their game, and they submitted more and more stuff, and like similar stuff, like getting ideas of what I was doing. And then at the very end, I looked at all the stuff that was submitted, and not even being egotistical, just being technical. My work was the best work. It was the one that you would have to vote as basically number one for the prize, right? Guess what? Without even saying anything, saying anything or making an announcement, the competition vanished from the Discord. Vanished. And when I asked them, hey, where's the competition? What happened to that? All of them played stupid. Literally were like, what competition? Like, what do you mean? You had an entire section on Discord to the competition. Where is it? And they're like, there is no competition. Da-da-da. Because, and I am convinced because they didn't want to give me the prize, they just canceled the whole competition because they couldn't beat what I put up there. It was the most disgusting thing, and I left the community. I was like, this is disgusting. I'm out of here. True story, guys. I was like, they didn't want to give me a prize, so they literally deleted the competition, pretending like it didn't exist. And all the admins and higher ups were like, I don't know, you got to talk to so and so. Oh, you got to talk to so and so. And then I finally talked to the lead guy or something, and he just played stupid. I thought it was going crazy. It was oh my god, it left such a bad taste in my mouth, and I left the community. I was like, I can't even be a part of this community anymore. Mm-hmm. It's crazy, dude. I couldn't believe it, because I knew that the higher ups, the admins, the people that ran the thing, I knew that they had an ego. I knew that they were kind of douchey, but they were at least adults. They were probably in their 30s at least. They were adults. Uh, to remove that and then hide it because you didn't, and I'm not a dick. I didn't burn a bridge there. I wasn't. I was positive and cool, and like I said, if I talked, it would be polite, and I wouldn't talk over people, and like I would share my screen sometimes, and I shared my screen and worked on that community project on that server because they had the share screen app, and people saw me working on it, and I was cool, and I would, man, and for them to, I can't even believe the audacity of a community to just get rid of the competition because they didn't want the one dude they didn't like getting the prize. So they just removed the entire competition, which was a 2-month competition. And over a dozen people, dozen artists had already put their work in. Like, they had put all the time into it. A dozen artists or more. And they were submitting, and then the entire thing just vanished. Where'd it go? Where'd this challenge go? Where'd this 3D challenge go? I don't know. No one knows. No one knows. Like, give me a break. Man, I can't believe some people. Yeah. And I got a few people. I mean, not everyone on that channel was an asshole or not nice. There were definitely a handful of people that were complimentary and friendly. But surprisingly enough, when people watched me were working on the project and I was pretty proud of it, um, surprisingly, most people were like totally like blew it off, or just like wanted to stop by and say something negative about it while I was working on it. Like, oh, why does that look like that? What are you doing? Stuff like that, like saying stuff like that. It's like, oh my god. But it's funny that like those kind of communities will let like 13-year-old guys like what's going on, guys, fucking like act like total idiots on the voice chat. Really, I'd have to mute them. That's how bad they were. Yet those guys were the popular ones there on that channel. The people that, when they post a picture of an apple with an arrow through it, they got like 16 upvotes. I post something that takes a week to render and I get 2. That's the kind of community, you know what I mean, that they had. Anyway, I'm enough of the rant. I decided to create my own community, and if any of those, no douchiness or egos in this community at all, man. Yeah. So teaming didn't pass? Yeah, they just they didn't even go through a voting phase because they know I know, and I'm just being honest. Like, I saw all of the artists. I'm not a pro, dude. I don't work full time in CG, so it's not like some pro came by and was like, hey, little guys, you don't know anything. Check out my amazing work. You guys suck. I win. Not at all, dude. I am a hobbyist. I do this part time, right? So, but my work was better than everyone that submitted. And they had a prize list of stuff, like software prizes, like add-ons that cost money or whatever, like a small prize pool, but it was a prize pool, like first, second, and third prize. And I probably should have won first place. I saw the competition, right? But they didn't want to give it to me because some of the admins got off on the wrong foot with me. I never did anything wrong. They just didn't like me or my work or my style, or they thought I was some pro showing up, which I'm not, like I said. And it just became weird. And so they just nixed the whole competition and decided like it didn't even exist. Like, what competition? It's like, what do you mean? You had an entire subsection with over a dozen artists that submitted, and then you just killed the whole thing because you didn't want to give me the award. What? Oh, I couldn't even believe it. Like, I'm no different than I am now. Like, I am who I am. Like, I don't act differently here than I do there. You guys can tell I'm not a dick. I love everybody. I love all kinds of levels of. I'm here to help you guys. I'm here to inspire you. I'm here for you to inspire me. I'm like, we're all gonna share this together. So it's not like I don't know why anyone would dislike me so much. They're like, don't give it to that guy. Don't give the award to that guy. Cancel the whole competition. And then pretend like it doesn't exist. Write a secret letter to all the admins. Hey, if anyone talks about the Aeronautics Challenge, if anyone talks about the 3D challenge, say it doesn't exist. Say, what are you talking about? What challenge? I like Grant Abbott's community. Do you guys know Grant Abbott? I think he went through some health issues for quite a minute there. He is super talented. He's an awesome artist. He seems super humble. I love his style of teaching. I love his tutorials. I highly recommend you go out and see Grant Abbott's stuff. Go through his tutorials. His style, his speed, his detail, his just the amount of detail he puts in to his tutorials, his vibe, and his community's got the same kind of vibe. Um, but he's kind of been away from things for a minute. I think his community is kicking strong, but he's kind of no longer an active member as far as I know. Adobe subscription is like 1,000 for license. What do you mean? Hang on, man. If you do watch a tutorial, it's in Blender, so you don't software you don't use. I like Blender tutorials. You find your staples, right? Like I said, Grant Abbott. I do like Andrew Price's style too. His style of teaching is awesome, and he throws in comedy too sometimes. They're the CG Geek, I guess. Whatever, he seems pretty nice. Their production values are really high, so they're like in a, like almost like in a studio with really good cameras and lighting, and they're just like edited. Everything's edited and perfect though, and my stuff isn't edited and perfect yet, right? My tutorials are still a little rough and. Yeah, exactly. Find a chill group. Yeah, Blender Guru is great. Yeah, I love Blender Guru. I think Grant is awesome. Oh yeah, Grant's voice, dude. I'm Grant Abbott. I can't even want to do it. But his fucking voice, his perfect British voice and personality. I love it. His community's cool. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, I mean, Grant is huge. Guru is huge. They have huge communities. He doesn't know all of his peeps. Like, this is the very start of a community that I have here, so I literally know all my regulars already. But I'm sure that's how it goes until you get like super huge. But I don't think I'll ever get super huge because it's not what I do full time. I'm, as soon as the pandemic is gone, I'll be back to making movies, hopefully a lot more. Fortunately, there are very few movies being made right now. Okay, so where are we at? What do we like, guys? The detail of the stuff we've got on the island is good. The grass on the island is good. The hero island. This is the spot we want to fix, right? So let's work on that. That's what we keep talking about. So like this spot here needs some work. And how do we want to work that? Why don't we do it by pulling out this a little bit with proportional on. Bring that down. There we go. That might do it. Make that a little less harsh, that line that was there before. Yeah. Totally, Tony. That I don't. Okay, look. One of the things that, not counting Ian Hubert, which is awesome. His style is funny. Like lazy tutorials is tick tick tick. It's edit. There's so many cuts of edit in those videos, right? But that's what it's about. It's like ADD. It's for ADD people. It's kind of a joke. It's kind of a joke on the whole system is that people want it now. Want it? Give me it now. Information. I don't want to have to fast forward. What are you talking about? What? Don't take a breath. I don't want to hear a breath. Cut that out. Cut the breath out. That's what I feel like. A lot of these, even like CG Geek and like these higher production value things, when they create tutorials, it's for ADD culture. If you're creating a tutorial and you're like, and we're going to go in here. And I'm going to go into the edit mode and we're going to select these vertices. And what? Yeah, this is cool. This vertice. What is this vertice? Anyways, example, they would, when I went, what are these vertices? What is this up here? They would cut that out. They're like, that's extemporaneous bullshit. I don't need to. What did I go up here and I talked about this vertice? I was just cut it out. So their entire videos are just like constantly of them getting jump cuts, right? You're constantly seeing them go, and then you go here, and then you go here, and then you're gonna do this. And it's like there's these constant cuts and edits that there any dead time is trimmed out. And that's like what people want, I guess. That's what the cool kids want. Not me, man. I don't want jump cuts unless it's like a really big thing, like I got a phone call that I had to cut out. You know, if I'm just chilling and I'm thinking and I'm going through thought processes, you're going to go through that with me in my tutorial. I don't need to trim all of that. I don't consider it fat. It's, you know. Do you see my point though? It's like those, even the good ones are just jump cuts, jump cuts, jump cuts, just to tighten everything up. And I know some of that's good. Like I said, every now and then you can do a cut. Totally understandable. It's just how things go with editing and video production. But when you jump cut everything because you think your viewers are all ADD kids, which a lot of them are, it kind of, that's not the tutorials I like. I like the middle ground, like Grant Abbott and Andrew Price, Guru. Yeah, thanks, Tony. Yeah, I know that, but that's the thing is you have to throw in some humor and like I'm a funny guy, and I mean I like to. I'm not. I like to be funny. Try to be funny. I like to have fun in life and joke at myself and others, whatever. But I like to throw that into my tutorials, and there's a lot of the quality tutorial makers out there. They absolutely throw comedy in there. Andrew Price is funny as hell. Like he says a lot of funny stuff. So is the CG Geek guy. Like Grant Abbott, you know, he's just cute in general. The guy's just a cute dude. His personality. Oh, you do? You prefer the Maya Max, Douk? You prefer the Maya Max tutorials in Cinema 4D? Um, hmm. I think they're all out there now. The Blender community has been going on for so long. I don't care about Blender tutorials that are pre 2.8 though. When I do tutorial searches, I actually use the tool drop down on the search engine, and I say the last year. I try to find things that are the last year or 2 years. So I'm not looking at like 2.7 tutorials with a super old user interface and they're not even using the same. It's just not the same program almost for some parts. So you might find things different. I just try to find tutorials that are at least 2.8 and above. And the Blender community is so big and so vast right now that it's very active. I mean, nothing's burning up faster than Blender. Dude, the amount of patches Blender's getting, the amount of work Blender's getting is more than Max and Maya, big time. The Blender Foundation is moving at lightning speeds, and the community's growing with that. And dude, I can find a tutorial on almost everything out there on Blender. Mm-hmm. You can transfer techniques from Maya and Max over to Blender, yes, but it's, techniques. But when things are done completely differently, you can't, right? Like my modifier stack, Blender's modifier stack. Max and Maya have similar things to this, but they don't have remesh. Remesh doesn't. They probably have a remesh, but not a remesh that works like this. They don't have a solidify that works exactly like this. Like Blender does things differently, and if you're confused about something, you have to know how an artist in a tutorial gets from point A to B to C to D to E. If you're missing step B sometimes, you literally can't complete the operation. You know what I mean? Yeah, 3 a.m. YouTube rabbit hole, exactly. Yeah, you don't like jump cuts? Yeah. Well, Ian Hubert's weird, man. I mean, does he care about money? Yeah, he cares about money, right? Because he wants to make independent movies. He's got his own independent film studio, so he should want to monetize like that. His videos are so short. He's got a Patreon though. I have yet to get into his Patreon, but I definitely, when I have some spare money going on, I'm gonna buy into Ian Hubert's Patreon because I want to go through his step-by-step longer videos. His short videos are not Patreon, and kind of like, hey, go to my Patreon if you want to go into more detail and stuff like that. But his lazy tutorials, like I said, are kind of like a, it's kind of, I mean, it's called lazy tutorials because so many artists are lazy out there. They don't want to sit through a YouTube tutorial and have some guy make a joke. I even, there's a guy that said to me, hey, great tutorial videos. So glad you don't put in some intro to your videos. People are so ADD, they can't even sit through an intro. And I understand that. Like sometimes if an intro is 30 seconds long, yeah, bye. Get rid of that. Trim it. Shorten it. Your intro should be 5 seconds max or whatever. I have an intro in my YouTube videos, the little Glowbox spinny thing. I was like, actually, I do have an intro video but my blanket one doesn't, right? That's before I created the intro. But then I created a little intro video, but it's really quick. But it's a branding thing. You need that. But as long as it's not 30 seconds, some artists are like, and it's like you're watching this whole thing and you're like, what is this? Where's the tutorial? And then you get 30 seconds in and he's like, hey, welcome to the tutorial. It's like, dude, really? I mean, moderation is key, right? Have an intro, but make it snappy. Make a snappy intro. Workflow. Yeah, exactly. Workflow. And learning workflow is when you do a bunch of jump cuts, it's really hard to follow the workflow of the artist that you're actually, if you admire an artist and you like their work and you want to know what they're doing, you want to see how their brain works, how they go into menus, how they look for things, how they go, yeah, let me just check this. Okay, the volume is good here. You've got ambient occlusion. We're not going to use that. Sometimes they talk through little stuff. Like all of that stuff would be trimmed out of some of these ADD tutorials. Yeah, I wonder. Because I know Ian Hubert has a massive following. Everybody in CG knows him, right? I mean, he got one of the splash screens for Blender, right? The dude is huge. And he's done some talks. If you haven't seen his world building talk, that's so amazing. It's like a TED talk, but it's like, maybe it is a TED talk. I don't know. Like, it's pretty impressive. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, dude. In a pandemic times, it's networking here in this weird digital realm we're in. What's up, Books? Good afternoon. See, and everyone's different. A different world. Like Books doesn't like the jokes in his tutorials, so he wants a tutorial that is more scholastic, more like educational. And that's why, and I understand, and they are out there. At different speeds, right? Some are ADD, some are a little chill, but some are, you don't want the jokes. Totally understandable. Most people, I feel, want to have a little humor in there. I get the most response I have from my videos are, thanks for throwing in some humor. I really appreciate that, blah, blah, blah. Because I throw in humor, but I also try to get work done, right? If I'm doing a tutorial, like I'm in a stream now, I'm shooting the crap with people. But in tutorials, I try to do my under 10-minute tutorials. You try to get it all in there, but I try to throw some personality in there as well. Yeah, Books was one of the first joiners, and he's working on doing a book trailer, like an actual like movie trailer for his book, which he showcased. It was really cute. Back to the project. I think we're almost like we're getting there, right? I mean, I kind of want to move on to my carnival scene, right? I want to start working on the carnival. That's going to be a lot of work. I'm going to have to get we're going to collect reference images, all that stuff, right? And find out how we're going to actually do that. It's going to be a lot of work. I kind of want to move on to this because I just wanted to prove to myself, because I saw this album cover and I was like, God, that's cool. I freaking love that photograph. It's so moody. And I just wanted to challenge myself, because I've never done anything like this, and say, hey, can I make something similar to this in Blender? And you know, this is still better, you know, but it's like, I wanted to get the feel and mood. What could we improve here? I feel like for a final render, that was 1,000 samples. We still see some noise in the trees. Maybe 5,000 samples for one, like a render before I go to bed, and that'll be like a couple hours, but it would be no noise in here. We'd see all this stuff. I feel like, and we can color grade this to that lavender in post when we're done with that. Oh, thanks, Tony. I'm glad you appreciate the humor. Oh my gosh, books, I remember. Guys and gals, I'm sorry. She books. She books. She. Let me see if I can remind myself. I'm an old fart who probably smoked a little too much weed in my time. She's a girl, everyone. He sensed you were a girl. I sensed. Carnival. Yeah, I never watched the TV show. I watched part of the TV show. Books, don't hate me. I'm sorry. I have to remember. Oh, the floating body under the river, under the lake. Yeah. How about this? How about we change everything? And I'm gonna add a hole in the ice and have some dude with a little ice tent, a shed, one of those shacks, and a dude ice fishing here. Have Bernie Sanders ice fishing. One of us. What? Sahas? Yeah, inside the ice, yeah. In terms of balanced composition, this is pretty balanced. The Hero Island feels balanced. Dead tree on left, not as dense as the right side, but we've got this dark tree trunk here, which adds a little weight to the left side, which balances it out. And then we've got this middle tree trunk, balances it out. This rock over here pulls a little to the right to balance some of that out. Feels pretty balanced on the Hero. The background, it feels balanced. Feels pretty balanced. And we've got a nice dense forest, but we can see that there's some background there. It looks like the forest gets a little more dense here, and there's some, you know, that's how I want it. I want there to be some clearing looking things there. This is cool. We've got some like frozen tundra showing through here a little with the grass, like dead in this area. I like that. One of the things I might want to add though before final render is, if you notice on this image, this tree trunk that's kind of half. Just something about that I like. Just plopping that bad boy like right here, or since this is for balance purposes, maybe starting here and kind of just going off like a half tree trunk, like just coming off this direction, a little crookido. That's great. You did a character interview? Nice. Are you a part of the Discord? Sahas, Books, why don't you head over to the Discord It's now in the description of my live stream. If you go, you can see the Discord link. Go over there, join the Discord, and go into Show and Tell, in the page Show and Tell, and post the interview. Let's see it. I'll bring it over to the main screen, and we can show the peeps. Ah, the happy little trees. Dude, on my Twitch, you better believe it. On Twitch, my Twitch page. Where is it? Bob Ross, baby. It's quite often I will. Quite often I'll pop open Twitch. They have non-stop streaming, endless Bob Rossathons. Dude, get it.
Little background trees that just live right.
Little background trees and live right.
Touching the canvas. Let these little trees just fall right off your knife. Add a little burnt umber to that color.
This dude's like, that's not dark green at all. Like Bob Ross doesn't know what he's talking about. Somebody's like, Bob, you said dark green. It's not dark green.
Just barely touching the canvas.
That's not dark green at all. That's pretty dark. He's not done yet. Anyway, I listen to Bob. I watch Bob. Sometimes I put him on the other screen, and as I do my work, I listen to some Rossaroonie. It's fun. Yeah. If you have two monitors or whatever, just like when you're doing something and you feel like creative, or you feel like, I just want to feel light and happy, you just put Bob Ross on and just watch him create his incredible pieces of work. I mean, let's face it, his art isn't super cool. Like, it's not unique, cool art style, right? It's just when you watch him paint, he's really good at painting. I mean, his techniques, he knows how to do it all. He knows how to make water and mountain touch. He knows how to make all kinds of trees and the bark and the leaves. Like, watching him use his techniques and mix his paints, the dude is a master, like a true master. He's not my favorite artist by any means, but watching him work is just like so relaxing because he's so confident, cool, and knowledgeable about what he's doing. And who doesn't want to hear him? If you just pop on the audio and hear him talk. And what are we going to do here next with this? All right, I feel like next here we're going to add just a little branch. Just a little branch coming out of here. It's going to be a half little guy. It's going to be a half. Do we want to do that? Do we want to see what's up with that? Do we want to see what's up? Yeah, baby? This is Pipperoonie. This is Pip. Our beautiful little animal. She's a sweetheart. She's a genius. Everybody, all parents' kids are geniuses. She's so smart. She's genius. All right, so what I want to do here, I'm going to wrap up this basic and try to do another render because I got to actually, I was telling the early stream, our water's been off for like 3 days now. Some major issue with our apartment structure, and so we have to go to the store and get cleaning cleaning stuff. I don't want to get gross or anything, but you know, no water for 3 days. Can you imagine? Let's all of a sudden 4 people leave. His son paints as well, really? Maybe I did look up Bob Ross's son. I did. Jim Carrey on DMT? What? I don't know if I want to see Jim Carrey on DMT. So I like this angle and I like the balance here. I was kind of almost thinking about getting rid of the leaves. Let's see if that's possible. Because I don't know if the leaves, what if we did this? So I think you can do this. Let's select this and say select by type, select all by trait, select linked. Where is it? We know it's here. Select similar material. X, delete those faces. We don't need them. And for fun, let's go in here and do our own little work with this. Let's make sure the proportional is connected only. Okay, that's taking that over there. That's fine. Let's do this then. I'm curious if that's going to read okay. The balance is fine. We'll see what the treeless leaf looks like. Treeless leaves? Leaveless tree. Steve Ross, yeah. Yay! Books posted her thingamajig. Let's take a look at Rooney at this. Yeah. Obviously we need the audios for this.
Hello. Thank you for coming to the interview. What's your name?
Peachy.
So let's just get right down to it. Are you the manager of Delilah's or just a common stripper?
I am the manager of Delilah's and Sarah's best friend.
Sarah's best friend. So that means you know all her secrets.
Yeah, I know some secrets, and for the right price, you can know them too.
This interview is over.
Sorry, ma'am. I don't want to interrupt anything, but why did you stop the interview?
Did you hear what she said? That one would sell her mother for $1.
I can hear you.
Okay. Great stuff, cool. And dude, you're not coming from a CG background at all. Good job. Good job. I think you could go through and do another pass on the animation. And, you know, she's got the breathing animation there. You know. So what you want to do is, one of the things is her hands, you know, are moving with the breathing animation. Maybe try to, like, just one little tweak. Something you can maybe get behind and try to do some homework. Try to keep the hands on the legs. I don't know if you can lock them there with your technique. Maybe look at that, whether you're using IK or FK, inverse kinematics or forward kinematics. That's all technical jargon for animation, character animation stuff. But like, try to lock the hands. So have her like chill out on the breathing animation a little bit. Lessen it just a smidge. You want to see the breathing animation? Fine. Little bit. Just a little breathing. Just a little bit. You know, lessen that, and try to lock the hands on the lap of the person. Just to, I'm not to overwhelm you with critique or ideas for you to do, but why don't you try those two things, just so you can improve on the animation just a smidge. But also, just also, I guess I'd just quickly say, audio quality, your voiceover. So just make sure, if you're going to be putting your best foot forward, showing this to people for your book, and you want to advertise your book via 3D, you want to put your best foot forward. So make sure. Just, I noticed quickly when the guy's voice came in, it was all muffled, like it was a little too loud. Just make sure that everyone that records their voice are the same distance to the microphone as everyone does. You want to keep the same distance, which is usually about a fist, if you have the right setting to it. And yeah, those are just the two little things I'll say. But great for not being in a background of CG. Awesome work. Good job. Yeah, I mean, I assume you're using the breathing animation is really the only thing that takes over. There's really no animation there, except in the beginning, right? She sits and then she starts breathing. Just tweak those two things, what I mentioned. See if you can get those done. Yeah, no, okay, Jim Carrey's oh, that's right, he did art on DMT, didn't he, or something like that? He painted on DMT. Jim Carrey's art's pretty good. He's a good painter. I like some of his stuff. Yeah, it was the sit down and the idle, which is the idle is the breathing usually. Idle animation is just the super basic stuff. But yeah, cool. Good work, books. Yeah, let's render. Okay, guys, I've got to run and do some errands. I'm gonna call it the morning. This has been the stream for the day. Maybe I'll jump on later tonight and we'll see how I feel. Maybe start the carnival thing. Maybe I'll at least. I don't know if you guys want to see this, but you know, every artist should use a. We can close out Unreal and stuff like that. Every artist should use. I mean, everyone's been using Pure Ref, this product here, which is. It's just this, right? You open it up and you drop all your images in here, and it's just the easiest reference software. Go get Pure Ref if you want to use reference software here. And what I'll do is I'll go while I'm trying to piece together the carnival. What I'm going to do for the carnival, I'll go out and I'll look at a bunch of carnivals, and I'm going to get a bunch of references, images, and drop them in there. I don't care. I don't know if you want to see that, if you want to see my workflow in that process, or if you guys don't give a shit about it or whatever. Yeah, Pure Ref is great. Yeah, she's a fiction author. Cool. And Um, pardon me. All right, so we put this tree up here. Do we like that little bent edge? There you go. Make it hard bend instead of like a soft bend. Let's take, just for fun, let's take, where are my rocks? Here they are. Let's take another one of these rocks. Here, let's copy it. Let's put it here. And let's make it large. Ha! We don't want it to be on Hero Island. Or in Cobble and stuff. We kind of want it to be on Hero Island, but not in any particle situation. So we don't want it there. We want it to be visible. I kind of wanted it to be seen. Out on like the edge of the water, but right close to where the water is. We'll put that there. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it, and I'm gonna go do some shopping and some stuff. I really appreciate you guys stopping in today, and yeah, we'll be back on maybe for the process of the next live stream at the carnival. All right, guys. Thanks. Take care. If you have anything to share, drop it in the Discord. Let's get that Discord going.